Good morning, councillors. Please be upstanding for your Madam Chairman.
Good morning. Am I in the wrong one? Thank you. Before we start the formal business, Councillor Oodle, thank you. Before we start the formal business of the meeting, I just wanted to address an email that was sent yesterday, which was raising points about the meeting of last month. Firstly, I would ask any councillor who has issues about a meeting to raise it in writing with specific details to the monitoring officer as soon as you can after the meeting, only because it's going to be fresher in everyone's minds. Fortunately, we do have recordings of every meeting, but the quicker we can address it, the better. I will endeavour to pick up personal comments, but comments about political parties, although I appreciate can be taken personally, are part of political debate for me. The two issues that I thought about the meeting were points of order, which I know frustrated certain members, which is why I asked for the précis of points of order to be sent round to you. So hopefully, when anybody raises one today, they'll know exactly what category it is, because unfortunately the monitoring officer and I can't interpret what it is that you want to raise. The other thing that I took from the previous meeting was about motions, and I do feel that it is important that we get on with the business. And the last time, because all the public participation was around one issue and it was a motion that was coming up and the public waited for that debate, I did allow it to run on, but we did only do one motion in the 90 minutes. So today I do want us to get on with the business. So if you want to speak on a motion, if you can get your hand up early, and then I'll obviously ensure that you're included. So get it up, and get it up early is the thing for today. Thank you. So just before the formal business, I wish to welcome Father Tim Williams again and invite him to say prayers, if we could all be upstanding.
Morning, everyone. We read in Scripture, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. So as you gather today to discuss the budget, that thorny issue, we recognise that this isn't merely about numbers on the spreadsheet. Every financial decision reflects your priorities and values, shaping the services, support and opportunities available to the people of Worcestershire. Budgeting is an act of stewardship requiring both wisdom and compassion, as limited resources are balanced with the needs of our communities. As Max Bygraves used to say, and I see some of the younger councillors asking, who the hell is Max Bygraves? He used to say, I want to tell you a story. There's an old tale of a wise village leader who was entrusted with a sack of grain each year to distribute among the people. Some advised her to store it for all emergencies. Others urged her to spread it generously. Instead, she carefully divided it. Some was stored for future needs, some was shared with those struggling, and some was planted to ensure future harvests. And over time, the village flourished because she'd considered not just the present moment, but also the long-term well-being of the people. Like that leader, you are entrusted with the resources of this county. And some decisions will provide immediate relief, others will prepare for challenges ahead, and some will invest in the future. Your responsibility is to ensure that every choice contributes to a thriving, resilient Worcestershire. Let's pray. Gracious and sovereign God, we come before you today seeking your wisdom as the council discuss and decide upon the budget. Guide all thoughts and conversations so that councillors may act with integrity, foresight and deep concern for the well-being of all in our county. Bless all councillors with strength, clarity and discernment. We ask that decisions made today will reflect your justice, compassion and provision for all. Give to all courage to make difficult choices, the humility to listen and the determination to serve with faithfulness. We commit this meeting and the future of Worcestershire into your hands. Amen.
Thank you. If we could be seated. Father Tim, I know you can't stay for the entire meeting, but if I could just ask you to hang on 1 second, that would be great. So thank you to Father Tim. And as some of you will have worked out, as it's my last meeting, it is also Father Tim's last meeting. And so I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for his attendance at our meetings and for the prayers and good wishes that he has bestowed upon this meeting over the last year. Not only has he supported me as chair, but he also presided over my dad's funeral, which I was extremely grateful for. I have a small gift for him, which I'm going to hand over now, and I will be doing the usual, so you know what that means. So I will be back in a sec. Thank you. And just to reassure anyone who is concerned that I might be leading a man of the cloth astray with alcohol, I just want to assure you that it is a bottle of holy water. It just happens to be the kind of holy water that is matured in oak casks in Scotland for 15 years. So thank you very much. And we will move on to agenda item number 1, which is apologies and declarations of interest. I will ask Hazel to read out any apologies already received.
Thank you. And in no particular order, apologies have been received from Councillor Morris, Councillor Ditter, Councillor Muir, Councillor Moorhead, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Googe, Councillor Fry, Councillor Denham, Councillor Richardson-Brown, Councillor Eyre, Councillor Luckman, Councillor Rouse and Councillor Warhurst.
Gosh, how unpopular am I? I will now ask if there are any other apologies for absence today. There couldn't be a lot left. There'd be nobody here, would there, if there was? I now call for details of any declarations of interest. Together with, can we have one meeting please, guys? I now call for details of any declarations of interest together with details of items to which they relate. Remember, you only need to declare an interest where it relates to an item on today's agenda. I'm just going to check a point with Hazel. Obviously, you do not need to declare, because the budget is on today, you do not need to declare that you pay council tax. We hope you do, but we don't need you to declare it. And there is a motion relating to national insurance, and that's what I wanted to ask the point on, because when this came up last time, virtually everybody declared an interest because they were either employers or it affected them in some other way. Do we need to do that today, or can we have a blanket?
I wish I got asked these questions before the meeting started. We will have a list of those who declared it at the previous meeting. Those present will know if they made that declaration. I'm happy if we have a show of hands to show that you are still declaring it. Please bear with us as Simon and I will now quickly make a list of those who've put their hand up. Simon, do you want to take the left and I will take the right of the chamber?
Bit on the right. Who's next to Chris Rogers? I'll come back to Robinson. Linda Robinson. And then yeah. I've got mine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start, I would just like to say a few words about the meeting today, which is probably more poignant today than most other times. But please can we remain seated when you are called to speak? Just a reminder that whilst debate may be robust, we continue in this chamber to conduct ourselves with mutual respect and that we do not use personal remarks. Can I ask that there is no unnecessary talking, moving about or leaving the chamber? It is most important that you stay in your allocated seat as this meeting is being webcast live. It is important that you switch your microphone off after speaking. There is no queuing system for speakers in operation, so if you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the yellow voting card and wait to be acknowledged by Hazel Best, who will be keeping a list of speakers. A reminder that all speeches are timed and you will hear a bleep 30 seconds before your allocated time is due to end. A 40-minute lunch break will be taken at approximately 1 p.m, depending on where we are in the agenda. And I would also ask you to switch your mobile telephone off or set it to silent. A reminder, please, that if you wish to raise a point of order, to quote the relevant section of the Constitution, which have been emailed to you. Thank you. Agenda item number 2 is public participation. We have received 3 requests to speak at this meeting. The first speaker is Jade Blease, lovely, who is commenting on notice of motion 1, send provision. Miss Blease, you have 3 minutes to make your comment. A reminder that you will hear a bleep 30 seconds before the allocated time is due to end. Thank you.
Good morning. Chair, councillors and members of the public, I stand before you today as a parent governor of Fort Royal Primary School, representing the voices of families, educators, and most importantly, the children with complex SEND needs who are being failed by the current system. Worcestershire is facing growing crisis in SEND provision. The number of especially very young children with high level and complex needs on their EHCPs entering the school system is increasing rapidly. Yet the capacity in many of our special schools remains static, or in some cases is being reduced due to overcrowding. At Fort Royal School alone, we turned away 66 local children with very complex needs last year because we have no space. This year, the number is likely to be even higher, with an estimate of up to 148 children with severe needs left without an appropriate place by 2025. These children are not just numbers, they are real, vulnerable young people who deserve the right to an education that meets their needs. Instead, many are placed in mainstream schools where they struggle, leading to exclusions, part-time timetables, homeschooling, or expensive out-of-county placements, costing the council millions. This is not just an educational issue, it is a moral responsibility and a financial necessity. Worcestershire currently spends millions on independent special school placements and transport costs, money that could be used to develop local specialist provision. We have seen other councils successfully implement invest to save strategies, building their own specialist schools to reduce reliance on costly external providers. Worcestershire must do the same. The council's current plan, expanding mainstream SEND units, seems primarily aimed at pupils with lower level EHCP needs and will not meet the needs of many of the most complex learners. These children require very specialist environments with trained staff, not just adapted mainstream settings. We urge the council to take decisive action. Expand local special school capacity, either by building a new special school or relocating Fort Royal School to a larger site, reduce reliance on expensive independent placements and reinvest those savings into sustainable, high-quality SEND provision, and commit to long-term planning to understand these issues, ensuring future generations of children are not failed by short-term fixes. We cannot allow this crisis to continue. The data is clear, the need is urgent, the solutions do exist. We call on the council to act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Blease, for your contribution, and I will ask that you receive a written response from the relevant Cabinet member in due course. Our second speaker is Carolyn Withington, who is asking a question about road safety on Court Road in Malvern. Ms Withington, you have 3 minutes to ask your question. A reminder that you will hear a bleep 30 seconds before your allocated time is due to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for adding us to your active travel plans. As a pedestrian and cycling corridor, can we have some immediate safety measures for Court Road, a residential road in Malvern? Seriously impacted by the various developments in St Andrews Road, our residents asked in 2023 for reduction in speed traffic HGVs, LGVs that have no business in Court Road. St Andrews Road is very different, although new families also want to walk Court Road. Our councillors, mayor and police have been really helpful. Court Road has a community, 178 signed a petition, since which we have had a child hit outside the primary school and a serious collision and many not so serious. Court Road is affordable for working families. It is within walking and cycling distance of the station, Malvern Town, Barnard's Green shopping area, 3 primary schools, a secondary school, and Malvern College pupils cross the road to the playing fields, and so do all their young guests. It is quiet at times, thank goodness. We are single file traffic predominantly, conservation area, so we are restricted. Homes have very short frontages. One of our black and white cottages has 56 centimetres traffic clearance. Every space has been filled with homes in Court Road. HGVs now habitually turn from Barnard's Green, illegally driving over the feature, the green. They've damaged the pavement and the grass. They cause further illegal pavement driving, congestion, noise, vibration and greater pollution. 44 tonnes will damage the fabric of our homes. Please apply the multimodal freight policy. The traffic signs show clearly we are not a through route. Court Road has part of a national cycle route, 46. Protect us and new families. There is Section 106 monies. 30 is too fast. 20 is safer for all. We ask for signs not suitable for HGVs and 20 mile per hour signs. Other counties have done this inexpensively. Send HGVs and LGVs on more suitable routes flanked by common and fields. Nowhere can afford to allow traffic to keep increasing, route inappropriately on residential roads and bully walkers and cyclists. This is moving traffic. That's an HGV with cars moving up the pavement, and they do that at pace. There's a pedestrian there.
Miss Withington,
obviously.
I'm ever so sorry, but we've come to the end of your time.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought that was the 30 seconds before.
Oh, I know, it's easy to get carried away.
I've got plenty of illustrations.
Thank you for your contribution. I will ask that you
much.
receive a written response from the relevant Cabinet member in due course.
Thank you.
The third speaker this morning is Katie Collier, who is presenting a petition to permit overspill hospital parking in Worcestershire's County Halls car parks and install a Beryl bike bay. Ms Collier, you have 3 minutes to present your petition. A reminder that you will hear a bleep 30 seconds before your allocated time is due to end.
Thank you. I'm here today to present a petition to permit overspill hospital parking in Worcestershire County Halls car park. This petition has received almost 2,000 signatures, and as a Worcester City Councillor for Leopard Hill Ward, this is a constant topic of conversation on the doorstep. Congestion at Worcestershire Royal Hospital is a daily source of frustration for employees and local residents, and an additional source of stress and anguish for patients and visitors. It's also worth considering the additional impact on air quality for patients, staff and local residents. A very short walk from the hugely congested hospital is County Hall, which for numerous reasons has largely unused car parks. It seems nonsensical a solution, even a temporary one, exists within the power of the County Council, and yet to date requests for visitors to use the car parks have been refused. My family's experience of the issue reflects the experience of many others. My dad has been seriously unwell for a few years now. and he's had several prolonged stays in hospital, lasting a number of months. For my mum, travelling from Droitwich, inadequate public transport has led her to having to drive, and the congestion has added stress and anguish at an already incredibly stressful time. I also recently spoke to a midwife who works at the hospital, and she works with premature babies. She disclosed that when discharging these babies who've been unwell, they have to consider the time of day, as they're aware that the congestion at its peak means these newborns and their families are left in traffic for over an hour and a half, sometimes more, which would be dangerous. How horrific for these families and hospital staff having to consider these issues when making choices about care. This petition also asks County to consider the return of the Park and Ride scheme, to give that choice that doesn't involve relying on car use. To sum up, I urge you to seriously consider making the sensible common sense decision of allowing these underutilised car parks to ease congestion now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. If you could give the petition to Simon Lewis, and I will ask that you receive a written response from the Cabinet member in due course. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 3 is minutes. May I now sign as a correct record the minutes of the meeting which was held on the 9th of January? Thank you. Thank you. Agenda item number 4 is Chairman's announcements, and I would like to draw your attention to the document that was previously emailed to you, which includes a list of my events. Sadly, I would also like to read the announcement regarding the death of the former Lord Lieutenant of Worcestershire. I was very saddened to learn that Sir Thomas Dunn, KG, KCVO, JP, former Lieutenant of Worcestershire, had passed away on Monday the 6th of January 2025. Sir Thomas served as Her Majesty's representative of Hereford and Worcester for 3 decades, first as Lord Lieutenant of Hereford and Worcester from 1977, and then from 1998 he became the Lord Lieutenant of both Herefordshire and Worcestershire after the 2 counties were restored. He retired from his Worcestershire role in 2001, but continued his duties as the Lord Lieutenant of Herefordshire until 2008. In 1995, he was knighted as the Knight Commander of the Royal Victorian Order, and then in 2008, he was made Knight Companion of the Order of the Garter. I extend my deepest sympathies to his wife, Henrietta, his family and friends at this very sad time, as I assured us the whole council. And finally, under Chairman's announcements, as mentioned earlier, sadly for me, it is my last meeting as your chairman. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for giving me this honour, and it has been an absolute honour. I have had a great year. It started off with an 80th anniversary of D-Day beacon lighting ceremony, and later meeting Princess Anne. My year has included the 3 Counties Show, the Ambassadors Ball, the Chamber of Commerce Business Awards, where the leader kindly allowed me to take his place in making a speech to 700 people on a round stage. So thanks very much to him for that. A highlight was the very poignant Cathedral Remembrance Service and the 7 o'clock in the morning poppy train. At Christmas, there was the opening of the Victorian Fair, and over the festive season, I attended so many carol services that I now know every verse of O Little Town of Bethlehem off by heart. Mind you, having sat next to Councillor Desmond at so many events now, I also know off by heart every verse of 4 and 20 Virgins Came Down from Inverness, because every day is a school day. Since January, I've seen West Side Story and Guys and Dolls, plus the Chinese New Year, where the leader and I were very relieved when the invitation for us to join the line dancing thankfully turned out to be an invite for us to watch the lion dancing. I have had so much support from everyone concerned, for which I am extremely grateful, especially to Lisa Banks, Guy and his driving crew, Simon, Hazel and Paul, who have put me on the right track on many occasions, not all, but many. Also, thank you to all of those that have attended my fundraising events, terminating in my ball on the 1st of March. The monies raised have gone to Kemp Hospice, Worcestershire County Cricket Club Foundation, British Heart Foundation and St Richard's Hospice. Finally, times are changing for councillors and staff at Worcestershire County Council alike, with the elections and devolution. So can I take this opportunity to wish you all the very best of luck for the future. Thank you for your indulgence, and now on to the agenda item number 5. 5A, Reports of the Cabinet, Matters which require a decision. 2025-26 Proposed Budget and Medium-Term Financial Plan. Please turn to pages 17 to 144 in the supplementary agenda, and we will deal with the recommendations regarding the proposed budget and medium-term financial plan 25-26 set out at paragraph 1 on page 17. We have not received any budget amendments, and therefore once the budget recommendation has been moved and seconded, I will invite group leaders to speak in turn on behalf of their group before opening up to the general debate. I will now ask the Leader of the Council to move the recommendations on page 1, paragraph 1, and take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Good morning, Council. I would firstly like to move the recommendations as set out under the agenda item 5, page 17, 1A2H in your agenda pack. Colleagues, this morning I present to you the final budget recommendations which outline a very significant rise in the Council's net revenue budget for 2025-26 to some £495 million, together with an extensive capital programme totalling £489 million over the plan period, along with an updated medium-term financial plan, revised treasury management strategy, updated capital strategy and indeed the pay policy statement. As you will all know, this financial year has been an exceptionally challenging period for the County Council. Along with many other county and unitary authorities, we have seen further cost increases in our statutory and demand-led services, which account for well over 70% of our spend now. These irresistible pressures in the cost of children's social care placements, adult social care, particularly working age, disability and lifelong conditions, and indeed home to school travel, in particular SEND provision, continue to challenge us all, colleagues. Many of these services are for the most vulnerable members of our society and operate within defined legislative and regulatory frameworks, and so our ability to control demand and cost is somewhat limited. Despite these constraints, over the last year, we've focused on delivering a record programme of efficiencies and reform totalling some £37 million approved as part of last year's budget, with 75% delivered or on track as we speak today. I would like to place on record my thanks and those of the administration, and I believe all members, to our staff and those who provide services on behalf of the Council for the work they've done to achieve this extraordinary aim. However, continuing demand and costs in the services I've outlined is leading to a net recurrent pressure of some £15 million in 2024-25 that need to be funded into the next year. This, coupled with pay and contract inflation, demand and investment pressure, alongside the funding of the capital programme, amount to some £104 million of additional pressures for 2025-26. One new notable factor that is impacting on the cost of suppliers of council services is the cost of national insurance rises and the threshold changes, which have not been funded by the government, together with the extra national living wage cost. This budget seeks to address these collective additional costs through a combination of measures, including additional government grant, council tax, further reforms, and a request to government for exceptional financial support, and I'll indeed take each of these in turn. Working alongside similar councils in the County Council network and through briefings with our MPs, we've sought to reinforce to the new government the exceptional pressures that councils that deliver services such as social care, home to school transport and SEND are under. It is therefore deeply frustrating that we've seen the long overdue consideration of adult social care yet again significantly delayed. Similarly, across the country, DSG high needs deficits continue to grow rapidly, and despite some additional funding that I welcome, the number and cost of EHCPs continue to rise, adding to a cumulative £5 billion deficit predicted across the UK and some £87 million deficit in our high needs block, by the end of this financial year. Yet, we still have no certainty over what will happen in 2026 when the statutory override is removed, and in the meantime we have to service the cost of this deficit. In this context, our increase in government funding, in my view, is totally inadequate to address these underlying issues. We received nothing from the 600 million recovery fund, with only one county council getting anything, and we've had our services grant removed. Frankly, the government needs to either change the legislative framework and what we're required to do, or they need to fund it adequately. In the absence of significant government funding, we need to ask the local council taxpayers to help fund services the most vulnerable in society and vital investments in the capital programme. We are proposing a 2.99% increase in general council tax and 2% for adult social care precept, which together will raise some £21 million. Whilst this is much needed income, I would like to assure council taxpayers that this resource will help to protect the vulnerable and will help to deliver those improvements that they wish to see. Things like improved drainage to tackle flash flooding, more school places, and indeed SEN provision that we've been speaking about earlier or heard in the comments. We will also remain one of the county councils with the lowest levels of council tax in the country, something I know is important to residents. Whilst additional income from government and council tax is welcome, it is not enough to keep pace with demand, and therefore we have to consider further reforms which amount this year to a modest £12.5 million worth of changes, along with some use of reserves. But that, colleagues, still leaves some £33 million. Given the short period of time between the provisional settlement in late December and the budget setting today, and the announced move to unitary councils with the opportunity to bring services together, releasing efficiencies, we have applied for an EFS in the form of a capitalisation order, and that is to allow us to use capital resources for revenue purposes, to bridge the predicted gap and to allow the work at pace on plans to move to a new council and further measures to ensure that we can indeed live within our resources available. However, I would want to assure members we will only draw down these monies if absolutely required, and budgets are indeed a forecast of demand and cost, and not an outturn or actual spend. Therefore, we will continue to do all we can to bring the budget back into balance over the coming months. In summary, this budget enables us to continue to protect the most vulnerable in society, provide all the important services the public values, and invest on our infrastructure, economy, environment, schools, which is so important to the future success of the county, and therefore I recommend it to Council today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Leader. And could I call for a seconder? Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, Madam Chairman. May I formally second the budget as set out on page 17 of the agenda and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Can I now invite group leaders to speak in turn on behalf of their group? Councillor Orcott.
Chair, thank you. Council, good morning. I'm not going to spend much time on this issue. Obviously, we've got a huge funding gap here. We're looking at 33.6 million, and we're requesting an extra 33.6 million this year in extra support and 43.6 million next year. And obviously, this doesn't come without a cost. This is borrowed money which we will have to pay back. And for each 20 million borrowed, it will cost us 1.9 million. I mean, I think we can look back over the Conservative administration and we can look at decisions made. It currently prides itself on being the second lowest for council tax. Maybe if we had charged a little more, we would be in a better position. Who knows? And also a lot of capital projects. I know the Keepax Bridge is very controversial, a bridge to nowhere, the cost there. Maybe if we had or hadn't spent money on that, we would be in a better place. But rather than waste everyone's time today on a budget that will be passed through by the administration, I would just like to say I'm absolutely delighted that the county council elections will go through this year. We will have democracy, and rather than waste time here now, we can look forward to people being able to vote, a good campaign, and hopefully a better future.
Thank you, Councillor Orcott. Councillor Jenkins.
Morning, Council, and apologies, I might spend it slightly longer than Councillor Orcott on the budget, as it is very important. Basically, having to ask for the government's permission to borrow money to keep vital services running is obviously a damning indictment of Conservative administration at the County Council. So how did we end up in this mess? I mean, the argument repeatedly given by the administration is that pressures on children's services and home to school transport in particular have forced us into this position. But I believe this is only a partial answer. The pressure on children's services is, I accept, common to most councils. However, I would argue that we are in a weaker position than other councils due to decisions that this council has taken. Firstly, a large proportion of the cost pressures are due to the insufficient capacity of special educational needs and disabilities provision within the county, as we heard from the speaker this morning. We are paying for a massive increase in independent special school provision across and beyond the county, and this has led also to a huge increase in the cost of home to school transport. For years, Children's Services has been failing children with special educational needs, with educational health and care plans not being produced on time, and obviously we have repeatedly failed CQC inspections in this area. The trend in the increasing number of children with SEND has actually been evident for years. We should have been more prepared years ago with more SEND provision, both within mainstream schools and special schools. We were not prepared, and now we are facing the financial impact. Why did we not invest in more SEND provision when we knew we were reaching capacity? The answer, I believe, lies in the Council's approach over the past 15 years. It is political choices that have resulted in our financial troubles now. Ever since 2010, we have been following the path of austerity. In the early 2010s, we froze council tax for 3 years whilst making massive cuts to various services across the council. For example, our residents have felt the impact of the loss of vital bus services. Many popular bus routes were lost as millions of pounds were cut from bus subsidies. In my area, we lost the only park and ride in Worcester, together with a popular circular bus route that gave Worcester residents access to the sports centre at Purdersville and to the hospital. Now, you cannot get a bus to the sports centre after 2:30 in the afternoon during the week, and getting to the hospital by bus usually requires more time walking than on the bus itself. And it is no surprise that congestion, as was also mentioned earlier, congestion at the hospital is so bad. Cutting council services to the bone due to the desire to have the lowest council tax has meant that we are now unable to meet the demand pressures that we now face. I believe this dogma has resulted in us running to the government, asking to be able to use the equivalent of a credit card just to keep vital services running. This is no way to run a council. The Conservative administration is responsible for this, and they should apologise for their mismanagement of council finances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will now invite members of the Cabinet. Any member of the Cabinet? Yes, thank you. Councillor Stokes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And yeah, we have heard a lot of negativity, and we have heard a lot of political bias. I am absolutely a believer in taxation for services and taxation for...
Councillor Udall, can we have one meeting,
taxation
please?
when it's required. What my concern is, and I'm sure others will speak better on this, is there is a lack of any alternates presented, and that is absolutely critical. You are elected as a political opposition, and you should provide and substand for your constituency, and you have completely failed. However, I absolutely will always end on a positive, and I have to look at the 30% that is spent on other things, and that is what I applaud this council for doing. I absolutely draw your attention to page 143. The council, the overview scrutiny identified the £800,000 for small flood alleviation schemes, and this is where I look at our community. Our community is protected on travelling to work. Our officers are working with the flood team and with highways officers to provide the Hanley Road additional curbing to keep it open 2 or 3 hours longer, to reopen it 2 or 3 hours earlier. These type of small localised flood schemes help community, help the economy, help tourism, and that's where I'd like to leave this particular budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and good morning to the Council. I was interested by the two leaders of the opposition who commented on the budget but came forward with no proposals, alternatives for this. If they feel so strongly about it, where is their alternatives? And why is it not being here to be debated today? Because that's, you know, that if they feel this passionately about it, surely they've been working with officers for months to come forward with things that, you know, alternative things where they would like to see costs reduced and spending prioritised. None of that. And I take issue with a number of the points raised. One was about send and the idea that more local provision would necessarily be cheaper. There's no evidence that more local provision would be cheaper. It might be better for young people who wouldn't have to travel so far to get there, and that is a benefit in itself. But the idea that that is cheaper, I would ask for the evidence that you've got on that. I don't believe there is any. The issue, the other, then the leader of the Greens goes on to talk about other things where he thinks we should have spent more. More on park and ride, more on public transport. Now, these are things that would have required more money, not less money. And yet he is saying it's poor financial management that we're in the position we're in today. And that doesn't make sense. Time and again, this council, in this 4 years and before, have seen projects where the opposition have bemoaned them and downgraded them, talked about Southern Link Road, Parkway Station, Pinvin Crossroads, Keepax Bridge, far from a bridge to nowhere. It is a massively popular project. And so, at the time, always denied that they were the right things to do. When they've come to fruition, guess who wants to be at the front of the pictures when they're being launched and opened? Guess who wants to be there? Yeah, so I won't take any lectures from people who say one thing and then do another.
Thank you, Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Council. Indeed interesting. I mean, as my colleague talked about, the Liberal Democrats and the Green leader, who are in attendance today, obviously haven't come forward with a budget proposal, but what they have come forward is a clear direction and understanding that they would have preferred to see council tax higher in Worcestershire. Both referred to the fact that we've got the lowest level of council tax and also referred to the fact that we didn't increase council tax in recent years. And I know we've talked about the escalating costs over the very last few years in terms of send home to school transport and adults. And obviously these are all areas that we really need government help in terms of to really address. But I think it is stark that it's a clear message coming into an election that the Greens and the Liberal Democrats would rather see us paying more council tax. I would like to also concentrate on some of the things that we've done that have been absolutely fabulous. The rollout of the Worcestershire on-demand service, bus service, increased buses to areas that have never had buses before, both in the north of the county through Bromsgrove, Withall and Alvechurch, which are areas very close to me, have been revolutionary. I remember having a conversation with my residents whereby there was an issue that they had to go to a bus stop to get the bus, and they queried that they didn't know where it was because there had never been a bus there before. This has been a game changer, and it's rolled out in Malvern Hills as well, and I lobbied hard to make sure that the station and the science park were also included in that area. And if funds permitted, I would love to see Worcestershire On Demand rolled out across the whole of the UK. Also on the broadband side, in terms of gigabit broadband and the growth of that, we all know before COVID, the investment that we'd made that was ridiculed by other parties early on meant a lot of our residents and businesses could work from home. It's interesting when we're talking about a shortfall of 30 odd million in the budget here, that this only within the last 2 months, we've pulled in £41 million of funding to increase broadband across Worcestershire. 41 million to give people gigabit to their homes that will make a real change and improvement to both residents and businesses. Thank you.
Councillor Kent, thank you. As you know, we have had issues about people speaking across others in this chamber. So if I'm going to be hard, I've got to be hard on all of you. So be careful what you wish for, guys. It will be an open debate in a moment. If you want to speak, then put your hand then. Are there any other Cabinet members? I've got Councillor Hart who reserved his right.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. Well, it's fascinating, isn't it, that here we are on budget day and we're setting a net revenue budget of £495 million. I can't remember the last time we set a net revenue budget quite as high as that in the 20 years that I've been sitting on this council. And for the last 4 years, we have a great proven track record, but it expands, Madam Chairman, and members of the public who will be watching and listening to this either live or subsequently, a great track record over the last 20 years of successive Conservative administrations. And frankly, it comes to something when the Liberal Democrats, the Labour group, the Green group, the Independents cannot even propose one minuscule slither of an amendment. If this budget is so horrific and they are so concerned about, as they put it, quote, putting it on the credit card, unquote, why aren't they making proposals to reduce our expenditure, to plug the £33.6 million gap if they think it is so easy and if we've done such a bad job? The reality is, it is a fact. The government created a £600 million pot of recovery grant. And how many millions has this council received from that recovery grant? How many thousands? How many pounds? How many pence? Not 1 penny. Yet Birmingham up the road receives £39 million worth of that recovery grant. And what did this Labour government say? We're focusing on deprivation, more like focusing on not Conservative-led shire authorities, and it's clearly a political grant. And of course, to govern is to choose. And we are, in my judgment as a council, making the right choices for our residents. And opposition groups can be critical all they like about when we had the opportunity to freeze council tax and we had the grant go into the base. Our residents think they pay enough council tax. You know, if you're a Band D average property, you know, your monthly payment's about £240, £250 a week now, so you're paying £2,500 a year. Did I say?
You said a week.
I said a week, a month. Sorry, thank you, Councillor May, for the Freudian slip. Yes, it's not quite that high. We're not a Labour-run authority. That was a joke before anyone takes me to ethics and standards. So it's about £250 a month, and the majority, and it's absolutely right, we protect the vulnerable. You know, SEND, vulnerable children, vulnerable adults, absolutely front and centre that we should protect those, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, 95% of our council taxpayers don't see that. Their issue is in roads and pavements, and we have a great record of investing both revenue and capital. We used to have Driving Home initiative, and, you know, throughout the last 4 years, every member having their devolved fund to invest in pavements that are important to them, and it's really vital that we do so. Whether you're a pedestrian, a cyclist, whether you drive a car, whether you travel on a bus, whether you ride a horse, roads and pavements are really, really important to all of our 600,000 citizens across this county. How many libraries have we closed over the lifetime of this administration? None. 21 have remained open. You know, the extended opening hours with libraries unlocked, despite myths perpetuated by certain members in this council and downright misleading information. That has been a great success. You know, libraries which are, absolutely has, Councillor Udall, you might laugh, but the electorate seem to think so by the thousands of residents that use those libraries, not just to get a book. It's about reducing social isolation. It's great for health and well-being. And we've got a great record to show. And I genuinely believe that despite these funding pressures, this budget is it's appropriate, it's fair, and it will benefit all of the residents across this county, whether you live in urban north, whether you live in a rural village or a hamlet, the length and breadth of this county, and I commend it to this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. As far as Cabinet members are concerned, I've only got Councillor Ross. Are there any other Cabinet members before we open it up with Councillor Hardman? Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. With a mind to the Chair's opening remarks about being respectful, I would like to thank both the leaders of the Lib Dem and the Greens for their budget response. However, it is significant that despite their advice as to how we should have prioritised spending within the budget, there has been no budget proposals or amendments from either party. But having said that, and putting that to one side, just quickly turn to what was the main theme of both of those parties, which was the fact that this Conservative administration has kept council tax low. So they are both saying, and at the risk of repeating what others have previously said, they're both saying that we should continue to pick the pockets of our residents. And of course, that's notwithstanding the fact that post-COVID, many residents within this county face significant financial pressures. Yet, according to them, we should have ignored that and just raised the council tax to the level so that we could spend it on what they have yet failed to prioritise in their budget proposals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor May.
Thank you very much and good morning, Council. I just want to actually bring this to a reality. We spend over 70% of our budget on 2.5% of the population, and they are the most vulnerable in our society. And passionately, I believe that that's where the money should be focused on, to enable them to have better outcomes in their lives, to inspire people to aspire to get a job and to build their life within Worcestershire to have the best outcomes. And I reiterate this figure because it is a very poignant figure. If you think on day one, 70% of the budget goes on that 2.5% of the population. And I don't believe we can ever be accused of not being a caring Conservative group in terms of that. We have challenges. Those challenges are aligned with many other challenges in county councils across this country. And I believe that absolutely we need a new funding formula to address this. If you read and watch the press, you will see that we are not on our own in this. Many councils across this country are suffering because of the financial burdens that we have. But at the heart of this are our residents. And I just want to take this opportunity at the end of this administration to thank the residents for the confidence they've had in what we've done. We all learn from our life's journey as to how we invest money and for the best outcomes, and just to say absolutely wholeheartedly that we care. We do care. We're not here for ourselves, we are here for the residents of Worcestershire and the population we represent. So I will be supporting this budget in these most challenging of times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. I have got Councillor Hardman, but I'm just going to beg his indulgence for 1 second when I bring in the monitoring officer.
Hello, just to refer to a very minor typing error in our budget report. So at paragraph 1E of the recommendations, it is referring to the council tax bandy equivalent for the year 2024-25, when of course it will be the year 25-26, which is abundantly clear in the body of the report that the whole report is on the budget for that year. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you may have stolen some of Councillor Hardman's thunder, but Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I often feel snubbed by you, but, you know, I'm getting used to it. Just a few points. I mean, I never thought I'd say it, but sometimes I do miss Councillor Liz Tucker, because one thing about Councillor Liz Tucker was she always came up with an amendment to our budget. I have to say it was mainly a futile task from her point of view because she was always defeated. But she did once, I seem to remember, come up with an idea that I thought was brilliant, and I stole it with pride. Councillor Jenkins is reopening a very interesting debate on special educational needs, which is basically the desire of this administration to give choice to SEN people. And we have supported the inclusion policy, where those parents who wish their children to be educated in mainstream schools have the ability. But also, we've also had special school provision as well to back this up, unlike some councils, I would point out, who have closed all their special school provision. And so I think it's slightly unfair of Councillor Jenkins to say that following COVID-19, and we heard from a public speaker earlier, the increasing pressure of SEND should have been seen by us some 15 years ago. If I could just also, before the chairman cuts me off, remind him that the reason why we closed the park and ride was the usage was under 300 cars per day, and 4/5 of the site was mainly empty, and also laying on the bus was incredibly expensive. And so we directed that money into public transport on for a wider benefit for the whole of the county. And if I could also just remind the Liberal Democrats, I'm sorry to mention it again, but the bridge to nowhere is the one that Liberal Democrat Tewkesbury-Run Borough Council is building to connect an area of open countryside to another piece of open countryside on the edge of Worcestershire.
Thank you.
Which is called the Ashchurch
Thank you,
Rail
Councillor
Bridge.
Hardman. I did allow you to go over. Councillor Cross, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Gosh, there's a marked difference between the cabinet system and the culture here and the committee system and the culture at City Council, Worcester City Council of late. Criticisms being put forward about providing no budget amendment. Firstly, it's with no money left, it's really difficult to provide anything. You know, you can't pull a rabbit out of the hat if you haven't even got a hat. National Audit Office will provide plenty of detail about the challenges of SEN and where councils have been getting it wrong. I think there's a lot to be hung on the culture where if you want collaboration and cooperation, then have that as your working culture. Here we have the situation where full council meetings are, instead of being business-like, are just theatre and risible in some respects, in terms of the personal taunts that are made. So I totally understand where Councillor Denham may be coming from with her public comments. But, yeah, obviously I am here. And it's a little bit churlish to say, well, you haven't put forward an amendment, when over the last 12 years, how many budget amendments have actually been carried? I think that indicates a lack of tolerance or a lack of understanding or a lack of engagement. When we say that we're a caring council and then we hear members of the public coming forward and giving speeches which are utterly heartrending in the Children and Services, Children and Families panel, yeah, it's awkward, it's hard, it's challenging. So I just want to pass that as a comment and as an insight, perhaps, that may be sorely needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Council. I just wanted to draw out some things in this budget that I think are important to the residents in my division in Redditch. So I think it's really important to actually say we've got a new school coming forward in Foxlydiate. So when we're talking about provision for children, we are going to have a brand new school. And also there is going to be more money to tackle drains, which I think is really important because we have got ageing drainage systems and sometimes those tree roots tend to be a bit pesky. I think I am a bit disappointed that the Labour-run Redditch Borough Council, though, don't seem to want to sweep the streets, which actually help us not have blocked drains in the first place. Also, we have a commitment in this budget for a new train station in Redditch. I'm glad to see that it's still there. We desperately want and need that in Redditch. And it's also important to my residents that we are keeping council tax low. It's really important to them when we are facing increased costs everywhere else, especially when we're looking at the national insurance costs as well. That's going to be affecting businesses and it's putting people out of work in Redditch. So I think it's really interesting to see when we're talking about budgets that the Labour-run Borough Council in Redditch is now overspending. And let's be fair, let's not go on about Birmingham. So I think this is a great budget considering the constraints we're under. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning to everyone. As somebody who has the privilege of being a councillor on this great authority since 2009, which is, 16 years, I have had the pleasure of seeing many budgets over that time. And my take on the budget process and the council is that over that period, I think it's fair to say that this has been a very well-run organisation, very efficient and well-organised authority that has simply delivered right across the board for many communities in all parts of Worcestershire. And we've done that with a relatively low council tax base. And that has to be put into firm context. As Councillor Hart alludes, we have a 495 million net revenue budget. That is huge, absolutely huge. I can remember, if you go back over the old budgets, they were 320, 330, 360, 380, into the 400s, 430. Now we're approaching £500 million. This is insatiable. It's rapacious. It will not stop. And we have delivered, you know, economic regeneration, the congestion across Worcestershire, roads, pavements, new schools. We've kept the libraries open, kept the open spaces open, the thousands of street lighting. We've got a great track record, but unfortunately, we need government reform. These areas, home to school transport, £38 million over budget, DSG, £84 million. They are issues beyond our control. And without systemic government reform of these areas, top-tier authorities will simply wither on the vine. You know, they can't do no more, and the Cabinet and the leadership are doing the very, very best with a very difficult budget round.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Councillor Oudle.
Thank you, Chair. I've also been here a long time, 30 years in fact. I have seen a considerable amount of budgets, I've seen a considerable amount of leaders of this council, and I've seen things go one way and then the other and then reversing again. I would like to remind Council of a quote which was said in this council chamber a number of years ago. It was said that, quote, "Government, be it local or national, shall do absolutely nothing for anyone unless they can do it for themselves." That was a quote from the then leader of this council, who went on to go headfast into privatisation of all our services and outsourced a lot of those sort of services. Who cut the buses? Who closed the children's homes? Who closed the care homes? Who removed our home care provision? Who cut the youth services? Who created libraries without librarians? You did. The basic fact is that you cannot have European-style public services with American-style taxation. The lack of total business sense from the administration is actually frightening. Mentions of alternative budgets. We have experience. I've got 30 years of experience of moving alternative budgets. Not one has ever been accepted, adopted or considered. You later go on to actually do accept, adopt and do it and introduce them, claiming they are your ideas. Well, frankly, there's no point in doing that anymore. We will put our proposals to the people. We'll let them decide. You have failed. The future's now ours.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Oudle. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's always a delight to follow Councillor Oudle, and I must confess, I think he's worried that this could be his last council meeting, hence his passion. He made a quote there, so possibly I need to pop in a quick quote as well. Freeze council tax, no ifs, no buts. Who said that? Two-tier Keir, didn't he? So we know where Labour are coming from. It's also encouraging when we look at page 17, when we actually see what our money is going to be spent on. 2.99, okay, that's generally popping around to benefit the people of Worcestershire, and then 2% on adult social care. Now, that's quite encouraging, because it obviously means we in Worcestershire live quite a long time. And as somebody that's slowly crumbling away, I'm looking forward to having a little bit of that money, really. But what also worries me is we've got the Lib Dems sitting there and the Greens sitting there saying we need to increase this. Now, Rayner has given permission to some seriously failing councils to increase almost up to 10%. The 10% barrier I don't think has been quite reached, but it's pretty damn close. So maybe we should listen to the Lib Dems and go out to the people of Worcestershire when we're banging on doors and say, oh, by the way, we're going to put you up to 9.9%. Now, how do you think that's going to feel? I think this is a budget that works within our means. I'm not quite sure if the people at the front on the right-hand side over there really knows what living between their means is, but this is a budget that sets that out. So I think we should certainly support it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and many thanks for your term as Chairman of this Council. It's been very colourful and enjoyable. I actually want to just look forward rather than backwards, and I'm not quite as long in the tooth, perhaps, as others on this Council. And so I've got two questions for the leader. I note the capitalisation direction request to the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government to be financed by capital receipts from asset disposals. Can the leader give us any idea on likely speed of asset disposals? And given the monitoring boards providing oversight, could the leader advise us on whether he and Cabinet see the need for a disposals board to provide oversight of this critical process, given the 33.6 million black hole post-reserve plug funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Council. Interesting listening to these debates, isn't it? Did we listen to what our Minister said, Tim, at the beginning of the meeting? Bags of seed, spread them out, divide them, keep some for the future, plan. I don't think we took that on board, did we? But this council does take that on board. You can't pick apples out the orchard unless you use the seeds to grow the trees. And that is what we have been doing for quite some years. We have a mechanism in this authority where you can start at the very beginning. You go to the cabinet meetings, you go to the ONS meetings, and you look at what is going on and how you can change things. That is the process within this authority. It's very shallow when you look at the cabinet meetings, how many people go to the cabinet meetings, and it's now interesting that we can check online to see who attends what meeting. And I would say to our residents, before you cast your vote, check who's there, who is representing you, who is making sure that your voice is heard. And these meetings are the place where you start. You start with your alternative budget very early on, at the beginning of our 4 years. You look at that budget and you propose a budget which is costed, not on the end of a fag packet. So I support this budget, and I would like to see something credible come forward from the opposition.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Chris.
Thank you, and good morning, Council. We're now coming up to the elections, and I have only been a member here for 4 years, and this is our last meeting of our term of office. I am so proud to be a member of this Conservative-led council with the excellent track record that we've heard of over 20 years. And the quality of our leader, our cabinet members and scrutiny chairs who think out of the box and work with officers to provide the services for all our residents have been exemplary. Every member here has the opportunity to speak to the leader or cabinet members and be heard and make a difference. When I compare our county to other neighbouring councils, we all should feel proud to be part of this council. When you have to juggle money where costs are rocketing everywhere, the Cabinet has been fast to react and, in my opinion, has done a wonderful job that no other party would have had the expertise to manage. The Conservatives get on with the job, whilst other parties seem to blame everyone else. I fully support this council and our budget, which has taken such hard work to manage through legislative responsibilities. So I thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Chris. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. This budget's turned into a bit of an election go, isn't it? Let's all have a little shout about how wonderful we are, and don't forget to vote for me on the day. And I'm sorry that it's the tone and the way that we've actually gone for this, because this budget is incredibly important. It's going to affect our residents year after year. So I'm sorry that people are playing politics with it. I suppose that's the nature of the game we're in.
Referring to Councillor Stokes, when she talked about the Hanley Road, I'd personally like to thank her for attending 2 fairly difficult public meetings that we've had. I would point out to you, though, yes, we've agreed to raise the curbs, but the officers haven't set the date and they haven't agreed to a meeting. So can I leave that with you? Because it's no good saying we're going to do it. They need to have the dates. We need to tell the public what's going to happen. And that will make a difference. And that money's coming out of this budget, let's be honest. And it's very hard to write a budget. And so those who've done it, I think, should be reasonably pleased with themselves. Not completely, but reasonably pleased with themselves. Yeah, bit of politics in there, sorry. And people are talking about, the Greens haven't made any amendments. Well, in the short time I've been here, I have seen, especially the Lib Dems put in amendments, and not a single one of them's gone through. So it seems a bit pointless putting in an amendment that we already know you're going to vote against. It's just a complete waste of time. And again, it's playing politics to the crowd. So I think that's why it hasn't happened. I'm not going to be able to support this motion, unfortunately, because as somebody who ran a business for many years, you're going to have to go and ask for 33.6 million. Of which, for each 20 million, you're going to have to repay an extra 1.9. That's not good business sense, and this budget could have been written a little bit better so you weren't putting the people of Worcestershire into debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and I can only apologise to Councillor Allen about where this one's going. Let's start by saying I won't be supporting this budget. This budget is further testament to the failing Conservative administration over the past few years. So let me give you a few examples of the effects to Bromsgrove over the past few years. Bus service cut to Birmingham, schools oversubscribed, drains continually blocked and flooding issues not resolved for years. Numerous examples of concerns from parents regarding send provision, weeds growing a few feet tall each spring, cycle paths to nowhere and signs put up taking a huge tour of Bromsgrove, reducing the likelihood of people using the route. Hundreds of trees felled across Bromsgrove, including the poplar on Stratford Road. And how can I not manage to mention the biggest elephant in the room, and that is the colossal waste of money that is BREP. A council that is failing to listen to local residents, and it is no wonder that they wanted to cancel the elections in May. Like everyone in this room, this may be my last ever full county council meeting. I'm looking forward to the election in just over 2 months' time, where the residents of Bromsgrove in particular can have their say on whether that record is something they think is worth voting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Boatwright Green.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad Shakespeare was mentioned because it's a great example of when Lib Dems take on a disaster and actually have to start resolving it. But it was also mentioned that any Lib Dem motion that we put, any amendment, becomes a futile task. And I have to say, being on the receiving end of that in the first 2 years I was here, I would agree. But the thing that really kind of sticks here is that actually, if we're talking about increasing council tax, I've done the maths, it works out £1 a week for a Band E property if we had progressively increased council tax over time. 73p for me. Now, councils can increase the support for the most vulnerable if they choose to, and so many of us as city, borough and district councillors, we could actually make that choice and actually help those. So those of us who don't want to pay £50 extra a year but could afford to, can do, and then those who definitely can't, we could actually put support in place. And you mention politics, and your government has made decisions, you've made decisions, and now we live with them. And one of the things I find particularly fascinating about this is that, of course, there is a bias in what we're going to do. Of course there is, because we're all politicians. But the thing that really gets really frustrating here is that some of your libraries are open because of Lib Dems, independents, and others who've actually helped you keep those libraries open, such as in Pershore. So let's talk about the residents. I have residents at the moment who are fighting this council because they are older people in perfectly good settings in homes who the council's trying to move on Christmas Eve in one case because there's a cheaper option. I'm currently fighting the council because we refuse to provide educational settings for our young people, and there is an appropriate setting. And reports after report after report came to this council over 20 odd years because my predecessor handed every single one to me. Literally, my entire back room is full of documents from this council. And you were warned this is where we were heading. So please don't sit here and tell me this has only been over the last 3 years. This has been for 20 years. And if you want the reports, I have them.
Thank you. That's the end of the speakers on my list. Is anybody... Councillor Dormer, if you can put your hands up now, because then we'll be... Thank you. Councillor Dormer.
Thank you. I think the one issue I do want to address is the fact that people keep referring to our choice in applying to cancel these elections. That's not the case. It's this shambolically led government and its top-down approach to reorganising local government. They insisted that we apply for devolution. They insisted that we then apply to cancel elections. No, yes, they did. If we wanted to apply for devolution, we had to in turn apply to cancel elections. Then it would be the government's choice. So do not sit there and say that we wanted to cancel the elections. That is not true. You know that's not true. So do not say and do not lie in this chamber. You're misleading the public. You've done it in the press. You've continued to do it, and it's not right. We're here for the right reasons, not politics.
Councillor Dormer, and for everybody, can we just be careful about... I say, nearly. Right, I've got two speakers left, Councillor Victory and Councillor Amos. Is there anybody else? No, thank you. Then Councillor Victory.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome everyone to the last council of this session. I don't have a lot to add to the debate, really. We've heard a lot of praise for the low taxation policy of this council. Leaving politics aside, it has been Conservative-led, but there is a lot of...
Sorry, Councillor Victory, we're just getting the phones put onto silent. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. We've heard a lot of praise for the low taxation policy over the past 20 years, but this has led to the massive debt crisis in which we find ourselves. Now, this is only going to be passed on to its successor council. The government has made that quite clear. There's not going to be a free pass, a get out of jail card for the county. It's simply going to be passed on to the successor council. And my question is this really such a praiseworthy result? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Victory. Councillor Amos.
Thank you. Here we are with another budget based on unimaginative and stale thinking, letting spending costs rip, particularly for children's services. And in fact, I've never heard that cabinet member make any statement about how he intended to control the costs of his budget. I've been warning for years that unless those costs are controlled, this council would go bankrupt, and so it has. Added to this has been a reckless use of reserves to cover up this looming bankruptcy and a complete denial of the nature of the fundamental problem. The reduction in reserves from the 31st of March 24 to the 31st of March 2027 predicted is an extraordinary 69%. The risk reserves fall to barely 7 million at the end of 25/6, a dangerous and imprudent level on a gross budget of over 1 billion. So where was the Cabinet Member for Finance when all these warning signs were on clear display? Other examples, Keepax Bridge, whose costs skyrocketed out of control from 5.8 to over 17 million. Hampton Bridge went from 4.26 million to an unbelievable 16 million. Home to school transport, another budget out of control, with an unprecedented increase of 50% in 1 year. Where were the Cabinet members overlooking their budgets? We need Cabinet members, Madam Chair, who are fully engaged and committed to their roles, not part-timers. The buck stopped with the politicians, particularly a leader who has been in post for 10 very long years. And I'm afraid it's no excuse to say that they are statutory duties. All county councils have the same statutory duties, and they haven't all gone bankrupt. Madam Mayor, this is a shameful and inevitable epitaph to 10 years of failed leadership, that Worcestershire County Council is now bankrupt, having to sell off the family silver and having to borrow to cover revenue spending, always a big no-no for local councils for very good economic reasons, whilst at the same time its county hall is empty and derelict.
Thank you, Councillor Amos. Nobody else has indicated, so we are at the end of the debate. I will ask the leader to sum up, and then the vote will be taken on the recommendations in the budget and medium-term financial plan. Leader.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just move that slight amendment that I think the monitoring officer referred to, which was in the recommendations 1E, to formally change that date in the council tax band D equivalent from 2024 to 25 and replace it 25-26. It is important because these are documents that allow us to obviously issue the precept and for the billing authority to take note of that. So I'd ask my seconder to formally second that as part of that.
Happy to do so.
Colleagues, we've actually had a reasonable debate, given this is the last meeting of this council. And I'll just draw out some of those particular comments in terms of, there are some comments I won't refer to, obviously, but I can't address each of them. But what I would say to colleagues across the spectrum is ultimately county councils and unitary authorities face significant financial pressures. But it doesn't matter who governs the council. It doesn't matter of what political party, because ultimately, as speakers have said, the vast majority of the money is spent on a small proportion of the public, and they're very vulnerable, and they're delivering statutory services within a legislative framework. And it might be an uncomfortable truth for some people in the chamber, but those irresistible pressures are very difficult to manage, either demand or cost. And ultimately, we are, in this budget, definitely investing in trying to turn the curve in some of the costs in terms of homeschool travel and SED provision. There's some £30 million with investment in the capital programme that we're putting in out of that 100 million in terms of SEND. So as an example, though, there is very much an aim, and I'm not sure whether I'm timed to 2 minutes in terms of the summary or not, but very much an attempt to do that. But ultimately, the government, all governments of all persuasions, have set statutory duties that must be delivered by this organisation. And they must be delivered to a certain standard, and they must be implemented to a certain standard. They're regulated, and that's fine. But my message to the government, government of any persuasion, but this new government, is they must tackle those issues and they must readjust those duties, or they must fund them. Because in the absence of doing either, they're putting councils of all persuasions under an intolerable pressure. You cannot deliver those services to the statutory requirement and be inspected and get good ratings without adequate funding or the legislation to change. And we all know that in our hearts of heart. Because ultimately my belief is that local council taxpayers, when they're electing people, should be paying council tax for local services.
I'm ever so sorry. I know it's the budget, but it is
okay.
2 minutes. So if you could just move that'd be lovely.
I would commend this budget to the council. We're not going bankrupt. We're not going to be borrowing excessive amounts of money. I've set that out. But this is an eminently sensible budget, and I encourage people to support it.
Thank you, Leader. I will now ask Hazel Best to call each member to vote individually, as obviously it is a named vote for the budget. Hazel.
Thank you. The Chair will be voting, so I shall start with the Chair. Councillor Onslow.
4.
4. Councillor Adams. 4. Councillor Akbar. Councillor Olcott. Against. Councillor Allen. Abstain. Councillor Amos. Against. Councillor Bayliss. 4. Councillor Boatwright Green. Against. Councillor Brooks. 4. Councillor Chambers. 4. Councillor Clayton. 4. Councillor Cross.
Against.
Against. Councillor Daisley. Against. Councillor Denham not present. Councillor Desmond. 4. Councillor Ditters not present. Councillor Dormer. 4. Councillor Eyre not present. Councillor Fry not present. Councillor Geraghty. 4. Councillor Googe not present. Councillor Gretton not present. Councillor Hanks. 4. Councillor Hard-Eman. 4. Councillor Hardman. 4. Councillor Harrison. 4. Councillor Hart. 4. Councillor Hopkins not present. Councillor Jenkins. Against. Councillor Kent. For Councillor Chris. For Councillor Luckman, not present. Councillor McKay. For Councillor Mallet. Against. Councillor Marshall. For Councillor May. For Councillor McVeigh.
Against.
Against. Councillor Miller. For Councillor Monk. For Councillor Moorhead, not present. Councillor Morris, not present. Councillor Muir, not present. Councillor Nielsen. Against. Councillor Richardson Brown, not present. Councillor Josh Robinson. Against. Councillor Linda Robinson. For Councillor Rogers. For Councillor Ross. For Councillor Rouse, not present. Councillor Stanley. For Councillor Stokes. For Councillor Taylor. For Councillor Udall. Against. Councillor Victory. Abstain. Councillor Warhurst, not present. Councillor Webb. For Councillor Wells.
Thank you. That is a clear majority. How each councillor voted will be recorded in the minutes. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 5B, report of the Cabinet, decisions taken. This report deals with decisions already taken by the Cabinet and is on pages 1 to 4 in the main agenda and pages 145 to 150 in the supplementary agenda. I would remind you that specific questions may be asked about items in this report. This is an opportunity to ask relevant questions, not make speeches on matters which have already been decided. The report will be taken section by section. There will be no returning to previous sections or pages. Questions will be restricted to a maximum of 2 minutes per item per councillor, so please ask your question clearly and concisely. Questions will be taken in batches of 3. If necessary, written replies will be provided by the leader or the relevant cabinet member. Page 1, fair funding for schools. No questions, thank you. And page 2, proposal to consolidate and change location of the council's replacement care provision. Are there any questions? There being no questions, we will move on to agenda item 6. Constitutional matters. 6A, review of the officers' scheme of... Oh! I'm sorry. We're just going to go back. We've got, under report of Cabinet summary of decisions taken, we've got, sorry, the page is 145 for anybody who's as confused as I am. And we will be going through section by section. Do you know, earlier I did think there were a lot more sections than that, so I know that's happened. It's, yeah, because we've had 2 cabinets. Thank you, I get it. So we will start with, on page 145, are there any questions on County Hall? Thank you.
Sorry,
Councillor Cross.
Thank you. May I ask whether it was a surprise that Legionella was discovered in the water systems, given that half the building was out of use, and the widely accepted knowledge that water systems need to be used and not left stagnant, and what happens in summer months that it goes above 20 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. We will be taking them in batches of 3. Councillor Nielsen.
I wondered if I could just repeat my questions of earlier. Thanks so much.
I was going to say, could you repeat them, please? That's just what I was going to ask.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm sort of shoehorning them into the County Hall issue, if I may, but it was really just about the capitalisation direction request to MHCLG to be financed by capital receipts from asset disposals, obviously the primary one being County Hall that's on the table at the moment. And I also noted the monitoring boards providing oversight and asked if the leader could advise whether we need a disposals board. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final one for this section, Councillor Victory.
Thank you. I was going to raise the point that
I heard a week or so ago that County Hall was redundant, but I have heard no further plans or rationale for the direction and what is going to happen next. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed for the questions from those three members. To Councillor Cross, I'm tempted to say you may as an answer, but you said may I ask. In terms of Legionella, absolutely water has to be checked correctly. Frankly, the reality is that Cabinet has taken a decision that County Hall is surplus to requirements. Obviously, County Hall had to be decommissioned and the result of the RAC position and as a result of not being able to test accordingly. Obviously, there was no Legionella outbreak, but let me make it clear we have to be ensure that the safety of all of our members and staff, and therefore, due to RAC, we had to ensure that we could adequately test, and we couldn't, and therefore that was part of the decision not to utilise the building, although frankly I think that to talk about Legionella, whether there was or wasn't, and the testing of it is peripheral to the actual substantive issue and the strategic decision and direction of County Hall, and I think we need to look to the future, as opposition members said in the budget debate, and not to the past. In terms of Councillor Nielsen's question about capitalisation, well, of course, County Hall is one of our most strategic assets that has now been deemed surplus. Despite popular belief and the others wanting to perpetuate a myth, and indeed a member who contributed in the budget debate said that County Hall was crumbling. Well, that isn't quite the case, but why let the truth get in the way of a good story, or indeed a good headline, press release or election leaflet? But the reality is we are where we are. With RAC, we cannot seek to go behind the fact that our building was constructed in a certain way 50-odd years away, 50-odd years ago rather, and the reality is that has led us into refocusing on the purpose of what we need County Hall for. And as our 6th of February Cabinet report clearly sets out, the principle has been agreed that County Hall is now surplus to the current needs of this council. And indeed, that Cabinet report, and I'm sure all members have digested it, there weren't too many members of the opposition sitting in Cabinet at the last meeting. In fact, I give full credit to Councillor Matt Jenkins from the Greens, who was there and asked relevant and appropriate questions. The occupation and the decision to declare County Hall surplus is clearly set out in paragraph 32 of the Cabinet report that I took to Cabinet, and the summary is outlined beginning on page 145 of your Council agenda, but also importantly the options, and one of the options will potentially of course be to dispose of County Hall as a capital receipt, and I'm sure that will therefore go a considerable way into supporting our capital, as opposed to, as some say, having to put it on the credit card. And in respect, finally, for Councillor Victory, and I think you're alluding to you don't know what is happening, but I don't want to repeat what I just said, save as to say it is all contained within the recommendations of the report that I sent, that I set out at Cabinet and Cabinet approved on the 6th of February, that we have vacated the building. Our staff are operating either from Wildwood here in Pershore or across the county, as many of them do anyway, flexible hybrid, working from our depots, working from our libraries, and obviously lots of social workers working literally in with the community and having touchdown space where it's most appropriate for them to be able to deliver their job. So the report clearly says in 1F of the Cabinet agenda that we bring a report back to Cabinet in Q1 of 25-26, and that will cover proposals for the site. So over the next 3 or 4 months, proposals will come forward, and it will be for the Cabinet in the fresh municipal year to determine what they decide to do.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Hardman, are you on County Hall? Is your question on County Hall? Thank you. Are there any other questions? That's it. I'll take Councillor Hardman first then.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Your graciousness always impresses me. Yes, it's the future I'm dealing with. I know that the opposition want to go back to the past, but a lecturer of mine called Derek Round did most of the brickwork on County Hall, and he said it was a job that he was never particularly proud of. But looking to the forward, I do think that, and I'm sure the Cabinet member would agree with me, the disposal of this site needs deep and long consideration, because I do believe that it does give us opportunities to partnership with our health, possibly with a new diagnostic centre for the health service located on this site, not just the issue of parking. And it also, I think, might have a role in providing housing for Worcester City, but also, I think, possibilities for an alternative school site if needed. So I do agree with him that it's important that we bring back a report. I think the decision really is going to be one for the successor authority to this. But I do think it needs careful consideration, because it is a very valuable site close to the motorway with considerable potential. And so my question is, can the Cabinet member please assure the Council that all options will be considered, including health, housing and the possibility of education?
Thank you, Councillor Hardman. When you were talking about your bricklayer and saying he wasn't proud of it, I thought you were going to say he hadn't been paid for it. And I thought, oh dear, we're going to be in trouble now. Thank you. And thanks, Councillor Hardman. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm looking ahead to the future regarding County Hall, and I wondered if you'd had as well, because we now know there's going to be a unitary authority, so the numbers of councillors are going to double. We're going to need a large chamber. This isn't going to be large enough. Has there been any consideration for what's going to happen going forward for the unitary authority? Because I would assume many members sitting here are hoping to be part of the unitary authority if they're lucky enough to be elected. And we need somewhere to meet. And it would strike me that County Hall is a prime site. It was put there deliberately because it is a prime site. And once you've disposed of that asset, are you proposing to buy somewhere else and put us even further into debt?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. There are no further questions on County Hall, so Councillor Hart, could you do those two?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. In respect to Councillor Hardman's question, first of all, I did wonder if he was ever going to get to a question, but I will forgive him because I can't quarrel with a single word that he says, and that is entirely the purpose of the options appraisal. Clearly, Worcestershire County Council isn't the local planning authority, and I have no doubt that as Worcester City are, but I think that, you know, all of the things, and people speculate and are bandied about working with the NHS, car parking, housing, school site, all of that will have to come forward in the options appraisal. It's clearly a real asset for this authority, and I certainly give him my assurance if I am the Cabinet member and if I'm in a position to have any influence over it, all options should quite properly be considered for the residents of Worcestershire. And secondly, in respect to Councillor Allen, the short answer is yes, of course one considers where we are all going to meet, and of course a unitary authority is without wishing to irresponsibly banned figures about, but you'd expect a unitary authority to have anything between 90 and 120 elected members. Well, the County Hall Council chamber wouldn't be big enough for that. I can't think of a single council chamber in any of the 6 districts that remotely get anywhere near that. But the reality is, it cannot be beyond the wit of man to arrange a location where the unitary authority could consistently and repeatedly meet to debate and conduct its business, whether that be, a venue like, the rugby club or a hotel or some other public building or private sector building that could accommodate it, where this council could meet, because and all of this will have to be considered. There'll be matters for a shadow authority, but frankly, as the cabinet member and this administration has no proposals to sorry, have Councillor Uda and Councillor Mallet quite finished their discussion? Well, Councillor Uda was to Councillor Mallet.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. If we can have one meeting, I have said it a number of times this morning. Thank you. If we can just... Thank you, Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I was saying in answer to the really important question that Councillor Allen asked, I don't think we should spend millions of pounds investing in a new building. The public don't want gin palaces. They want their hard-earned money to be spent on services. We're going to have a unitary authority. There are 6 district buildings. There should be a 1 public estate. If we cannot arrange our services in the majority of our meetings amongst those 6 councils and the wider public estate, then really it's a very poor show. So, of course, all of those will have to be considered in due course by the shadow authority, but no proposals from this administration. And if we have anything to do with a future decision, building some multi-million-pound building just to house 6 or 8 meetings of full council a year for 100 plus members, that would be a gross waste of taxpayers' money, and certainly the Conservatives have no plans to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Leader.
Just to add in terms of the specific point about how would the programme be decided and who would advise on it. And we have a capital board, and that would make decisions in terms of capital recommendations and decisions. But I'd want to assure Beverley that they'd go through the due process. So if they reach certain thresholds, then obviously they come to members. Excuse me. So it is important. That was a clear question. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to crowbar it in the summary, so apologies for that, Beverley.
Thank you. Page 146, Education Sufficiency Annual Update. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any hands. Page 147, Review of Education Planning Obligations, Section 106 Policy. I'm not seeing any hands. Page 147 again, Minerals and Waste Local Development Scheme. I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you. Page 148, Shrub Hill Update. No, thank you. Page 149, finally, Scrutiny Report, Small Localised Flood Alleviation Schemes. Thank you, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. Yes, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Cabinet for listening to scrutiny. This is a great example where if you're on one of the scrutiny panels or one of the scrutiny task force, you can make a difference. Just to inform the whole council that as a consequence of shining a spotlight on localised flood alleviation schemes, the budget that you've just approved includes £4.5 million in the capital programme over 3 years to go to highway flood mitigation measures. And this will really help all our residents. We have 104,000 gullies on our roads, and at any one time there's quite a number that needs remedial work, and this will help a long way to go. So for the future council, if you want to make a change in the community, join your scrutiny panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As somebody who has experienced flood devastation in Withall in 2018, I'm absolutely delighted to see this report come to Council. And those of you that have attended Cabinet will have heard my thoughts at that point. But I make no no apologies for repeating them again. Within Whittle, the flooding issue is completely different to that faced by those adjacent to our rivers. It's really about short storms, heavy storms in a very short period of time, that as all of you who are a member of the council back in 2018 will remember, the situation where we had over 300 homes flooded in Whittle, which was nearly close to 10% of the housing stock were flooding internally. So you can imagine the devastation it's caused. And since that event, I mean, I know this report has just come forward, but work has already been done in several small schemes. And I thank the Cabinet member for visiting the one, which I think is a real example of a joint cooperation with North Worcestershire Water Management, who I'd also like to thank, and local landowners to produce a holding pond that can negate the issues with that flash flooding. Now, it's not the end of the problem in Whittle, and it's certainly not the end of the problem in Worcestershire, but I think this scrutiny report really does show the very best of what scrutiny can achieve. And as somebody that's always, and I think everybody will be aware of that, made it my absolute effort, even when I've been abroad, to attend scrutiny meetings by sticking a laptop on the end of a desk somewhere. It is really valuable. And the only thing I would say, I've been extremely disappointed by the attendance at some of those scrutiny meetings. Now, I'm not going to name names because, as people have said, they're logged down there. But again, this is a brilliant report. It really does make a massive effect to the residents of Worcestershire, and in particular my division of Whittle. And I'd like to thank everybody involved in it.
Thanks, Councillor Kent. Are there any more questions on this before I go to... No, thank you. Councillor Stokes.
Thank you. I was trying desperately how I could make a question to myself, and I would have thought of one, believe me, had the chairman allowed it. And the question was answered by yourself, Councillor Adams, insofar as the importance of scrutiny. I opened my Cabinet report by saying I sat on the scrutiny side of things, and I am a true believer that if you want to affect change in your division or in your area or in your county, you need to sit on a scrutiny side. You need to put and make the time and the effort to contribute to local decision making and provide sensible suggestions going forward. It was an absolute privilege to receive your report from your officers and from your scrutiny team, and I'm absolutely excelled that I can actually bring some of these comments forward. The local alleviation scheme is exactly what this council needs. The Environment Agency manages the big rivers. We need to manage the end of Mrs Miggins Drive, don't we, really? And that affects Mrs Miggins and her neighbours. And we have been through this many years, Alistair, with in the likes of Pebworth and Honeybourne, where sensible discussions with landowners, with riparian owners, with ditch management, land management, we can move these schemes forward. So thank you for bringing that forward. And again, I have to say thank you to Councillor Kent for bringing up the Whittle. And he will remind me that I had to climb over a fence and a 5-bar gate to get there. But I did get there. I did get a picture, and I was very impressed with the swale. I won't call it a hole. It was a swale. It was absolutely brilliant. And I really, really want to go to additional schemes because we need to look local. We cannot look at the Environment Agency. There was an announcement only 2 weeks ago that there was an additional £2.65 billion for flood alleviation. That announcement is codswallop, and that's the nicest I can say, because that is just a reuse of additional funds. And in fact, from the flooding scheme, or the EA scheme that I went to on Monday, which was the English Severn and Rye Regional Flood and Coastal Committee meeting, there is a reduction in funding for this particular area, and I would just like to say thank you to the Labour government for doing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stoke. I'm just trying to work out if codswallop's a swear word, but I don't think it is. Councillor Cross, I had asked if there were any further questions, so you were late, but I'm going to let you in because that's the kind of chair I am, so please ask your question.
I'm very grateful for this opportunity, thank you. There were two words that I just wanted to pick up on. One was, well, climate change as one word. But climate change leads to flooding. We've heard mention of flooding, we've heard little talk about climate change. The two are inextricably linked, but we're hearing about the scrutiny process, and scrutiny is absolutely vital people attend online as well, so that's something that doesn't get seen. And it's great that we are having attendance recorded. That's not the sole measure of councillor activity, but it's great that we're having attendance recorded. And the point about scrutiny is that it works when information is shared and cascaded. When I heard the chair of the Environment Scrutiny panel saying they've been waiting 7 months for a basic breakdown of the headline figures for SEN overspend, which was an inherited
Councillor Cross,
thing.
can you get to the question?
Yeah,
I've
so the question is, can we please improve the information flow so that scrutiny can actually work? Because at present it seems a bit obfuscated. Thank you.
Councillor.
Absolutely disagree with that. I don't believe there's any obfuscation going on between the scrutiny and the cabinet, and I absolutely welcome the flow of information that the scrutiny provide, and I will absolutely support scrutiny wherever I go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're moving on to agenda item number 6. I'm going to now repeat myself. 6A, review of the officer scheme of delegation. Please turn to pages 151 in the supplementary agenda pack, and I will invite Councillor Nathan Desmond to introduce the report and move the recommendation in paragraph 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be extremely brief. I'm delighted to formally move the recommendation as printed and just highlight to members that this is an important tidying up exercise in light of a number of significant changes across the organisation, and just flag up to members that it did go to my Audit and Governance Committee back in the 6th of December, and there was no issue. So delighted to formally move as printed, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. As a fellow member of the Audit and Governance Committee, clearly the best committee in the whole of Council, and also the longest, usually. I've formally second and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Can you not encourage him, Councillor Jenkins? Thank you very much. He's bad enough. Have we got any speakers, please? No? OK, thank you very much. Can I ask the mover of the recommendation to sum up? Sorry, I can't get my words out. Recommendation to sum up. Thank you.
I'm not summing up, Madam Chairman, no.
Chairman to ask.
I don't need to sum up.
I'll
put it to the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. Did you want to say anything else was what I went to say, Councillor Desmond?
Let me have a think about it. No.
Thank you. Can I ask all those in favour? Thank you. Oh, that looks good. I think that's unanimous, isn't it? Can I ask those against? Have I got any abstentions? No, thank you. That is clearly carried. Agenda item 6B, review of Member Officer Relations Protocol. I will invite Councillor Bob Brooks to introduce the report and move the recommendation in paragraph 8.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I've got a few seconds to say good morning, Council. I present the report as printed. This is a refresh of the Member Officer Protocol, a document which is a very useful reference, particularly for new councillors and new officers. And as we move forward with change, it's certainly going to be needed. And so I formally propose its adoption by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to second this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Oh. Don't do that to me, Councillor Oodle. Thank you. Can I now ask the mover if they would like to sum up?
I think I've said all I need to say, but thank you, Chairman.
I'm stressing that because I was right. That's all I'm stressing it. Thank you. Then we will move to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6C, general update to the Constitution. I will invite Councillor Marcus Hart to introduce the report and move the recommendation in paragraph 13. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Aren't solicitors absolutely fantastic? Because this is one of the jobs that they enjoy, looking at the small print and ensuring that they dot the I's and indeed cross the T's and make sure that what keeps us all legal and importantly constitutional is correct and up to date. And as paragraph 14 sets out very eloquently, the Constitution requires a general housekeeping update. Indeed, to bring it up to date following various historical changes, job roles, legislation, figures that are quoted in it, and reference specifically in respect to the Pensions Committee, and in fact, of course, the Economy and Environment Overview and Scrutiny panels split into two panels. So, you know, solicitors like to take their time and do it diligently, so we're catching up and bringing things up to date. Appendix 4, if you want a good and interesting read, sets out all of those updated amendments. But with that, I'll formally move the recommendation at paragraph 13 that we recommend that the proposed amendments of the Constitution be agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Geraghty.
Formally second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor Geraghty. Are there any other speakers? No, I'm not seeing anybody. Thank you. Does the mover wish to sum up?
Do I get 2 minutes or 5, Madam Chairman? No, thank you.
In your case? About to reduce it, so well done. In that case, we will move to the vote. Can I ask those in favour? Thank you. Can I ask those against? Have I got any abstentions? No. That is a clear majority, and the recommendation is agreed. Agenda item 6D, political balance. I will invite Councillor Simon Geraghty to introduce the report and move the recommendation in paragraph 18.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move little d 16 that the change in political balance be noted and that the seats be divided as proposed in 19.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Hart?
Second, and reserve my right to speak should it become necessary, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Nope, I'm not seeing it. The mover like to sum up?
I don't think that's required, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I just keep stressing it now because I was right. So I just keep stressing it. Can we then move to the vote, please? All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? No, that is a clear majority and the recommendation is agreed. Can I move to agenda item 6E, Vice Chairmanship of Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee? And I will invite Councillor Brandon Clayton to introduce the report and move the recommendation in paragraph 25.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. Still, this is quite a unique situation here because this is one of the only scrutiny panels that we have a district council as a vice chairman, and they have a vote amongst themselves at the committee, and they come up with a recommendation. And I just wish would like this council to endorse that recommendation, which is here before us. That Councillor Kumar is appointed as the vice chairman of the Health and Overview and Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Clayton. Have you got a seconder?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to second and reserve my right to speak should it prove necessary. Hopefully it won't.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Hi, have I got other speakers? I've got Councillor Hardman.
Very much, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm sure that Bakal will be a significant addition to the HOSC Overview and Scrutiny Panel because he brings such a wealth of experience with his in-depth health background and particularly his work in the Children's Hospital in Birmingham. So I think he'd be a great addition, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers on this report? No, I'm not seeing anybody. Therefore, would the mover like to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly would, and I echo Councillor Hardiman's comments there on this council here, and I think it's wonderful that there's such a wide range of professions for people, not only in the county council but also on the district council, who wish to come on to this particular committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we'll move to the vote. Can I ask those in favour to raise their hands? Thank you. Can I ask anyone against? And any abstentions? Thank you then. That is clearly unanimous and the recommendation is agreed. Thank you. Can we move to agenda item number 7, notices of motion? Please turn to pages 5 to 10. We have received 6 notices of motion have been received by the Assistant Director for Legal and Governance. Members are reminded that there's a maximum of 90 minutes will be set aside for all discussions on notices of motion, and I would therefore ask that any points made are brief and concise. Well, I can ask, can't I? Should an amendment to a motion be moved, the allocated time set aside for motions will be paused until after the hard copy of the amendment has been circulated around the council chamber and the mover has read out the amendment. Thank you. If we could go to notice of motion number 1, send provision. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Within this motion, we are outlining the fact that there is a rapidly increasing number of children with very complex needs entering the school system. The result is all too often children are being placed inappropriately in mainstream schools where they are at risk of exclusion and reduced school attendance, often resulting in children being educated at home. The argument that setting up more publicly funded places for these pupils is too expensive falls when you consider that there is often no option but to place children in expensive private special schools because their needs cannot be met elsewhere. The massive increase in the cost of home-to-school transport is directly related to the lack of local SEND provision. The cost of home-to-school transport has increased from 15.8 million 5 years ago to 38.1 million forecast for this financial year. Over the past 6 years, there has been an 805% increase in pupils with EHCPs attending independent schools receiving school transport, and a 117% increase in pupils being transported out of the county. This is far greater than the 67% increase in school transport over the same period. Worcestershire sends 44% more pupils with EHCPs to independent special schools than the national average. Increasing SEND provision will reduce this rapidly rising cost of home-to-school transport and the rapidly rising cost of using independent specialist provision. With a forecast increase in the number of EHCPs from under 6,000 now to over 10,000 by 2029, it is urgent that we tackle this problem before the costs spiral even further out of control. And the key to this is in developing an invest to save strategy. Investing in more local SEND provision will reduce the increasing cost of expensive independent schools and expanding home-to-school transport. I'm aware that new SEND provision places are being created, both within mainstream schools and in the new specialist school in Malvern. However, this extra provision is too little, too late. Further, this provision does not meet the capacity required or the needs of many of the most complex cases, which require dedicated special school environments and highly skilled and experienced staff. For example, Fort Royal School in Worcester, who we heard from earlier from one of the parent governors, they are already oversubscribed. In the last academic year, they turned away 66 pupils who live in their catchment area and have a very complex needs and require specialist provision. The school forecasts the number of pupils with complex needs who will not be placed in their school to rise to well over 300 by September 2029. Where will all these children go? And what is in the best interests of these children? Surely it is not to be transported far and wide at huge cost, or to be placed in unsuitable provision, or to be home educated by parents who would rather their child was taught by professionals in appropriate settings. Having more local SEND provision, ideally by expanding existing provision, will be better both for the children and for the council's finances. Children incorrectly placed in mainstream schools are often put on part-time timetables or off-rolled by schools that cannot cope. This can then lead to costly tribunals, which the county council nearly always loses. The county council's current plans to create more mainstream specialist places will not solve the issue of finding places for the many pupils with more complex needs who should be in the county's special schools but for whom there is currently no capacity. Due to poor sufficiency planning in the past, we lack the number of specialist places needed. The current proposals do not go anywhere near far enough. Therefore, we need to rapidly increase specialist provision in the county. Therefore, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Councillor Cross, are you seconding?
I am, and I reserve the right to speak later, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it the wish that we deal with this today? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment, if I may, please, to this motion.
Thank you. We'll stop the clock while that gets circulated. Thank you. Have we all had time to read? I was just waiting for Councillor Rogers because he was the last one to receive it. I was just about to say, are the mover and seconder happy to accept the amendment?
We are.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Thank you. Look at that. Councillor Chambers, I'll come to you for you to speak on the amendment, which is now the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And can I, first of all, thank colleagues for agreeing to this amendment. First of all, I'm grateful to them for bringing this original notice of motion forward, because it raises issues of immense relevance at this particular time, and of course captures many of the concerns expressed by the parent governor who spoke in public participation coming from Fort Royal. In this amendment, I've made changes only to the final paragraph. The original notice of motion asked the CMR to provide a report to Cabinet, and my amendment asks that the report is sent to Government instead. Since becoming the Cabinet Member for Education, I've raised the concerns referred to in this notice of motion with Cabinet, not least during the discussions relating to the preparation of the budget which has been passed earlier this morning. Cabinet has been entirely supportive to the challenges we face in providing the very best education we can to children and young people with additional needs. There are two challenges, however, which have we've not been able to overcome, and both of these challenges can only be addressed by central government, and that is more funding to this sector, and secondly, a change in legislation, hence my amendment. Based on the Council's education sufficiency strategy, several schemes relating to high needs have been included within the draft capital programme for approval. Today, I cannot tell you the amount the Council will receive from the Government's high needs capital allocations, as it has not yet been published. Hardly helpful when local authorities are finalising their budgets. I've requested this council to approve £30.1 million over 3 years, subject to any reduction possible following the receipt of allocations from the government. If this request is not approved by council, then we will not meet our statutory duty to provide sufficient education provision for children and young people with SEND who require specialist or enhanced education provision, something that I would not accept. It's clearly not acceptable to me. It wasn't accepted to the Cabinet, and now, since you've passed the budget, I'm grateful it was not acceptable to you either. Failure to do this will result in special schools being oversubscribed. There will be an over-reliance on independent specialist provision and an additional cost related to home-to-school transport, much as Councillor Jenkins inferred. A further investment of £3 million over 3 years has also now been agreed for education provision to improve accessibility in mainstream schools. This is additional funding to schools who currently have difficulty providing support to children with additional needs, and will allow the council to target schools where needs cannot currently be met. And I can just give you a brief list of the other things where investment is going. £300,000 to create early years enhanced education provision. £800,000 over 2 years to develop additional needs provision in mainstream schools for reception and Key Stage 2 children in all districts to reduce our reliance on high-cost independent specialist schools and corresponding home-to-school transport. £6 million over 2 years to develop SEND units for social, emotional, mental health needs in each district to support the demand for provision and reduce dependency on high-cost placements. £750,000 for 2 years to create mainstream autism base in Bromsgrove. I think I've only got 30 seconds left, Madam Chairman, so I will speed up. With the financial constraints we face, we're doing the very best we can, but I know we could do even better. We could support our children better, we could support our schools better, and we can support our parents and carers better. But to do that, we need government to step up. They must do those two things: additional funding and changes to legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Kent, we obviously don't need it seconded now because it's a substantive, but please feel free to speak.
Do I get half an hour, 5 minutes, or 2 minutes?
2 minutes, thank you.
Oh, that's just negated my speech substantially. Although I welcome the members that have brought this motion, really, and I think I'm glad you've taken the amendment in the spirit in which it's been delivered, because I don't know how many people have seen the Public Accounts Committee report that was produced urgently in January from the Labour-dominated council, Labour-dominated committee at the House of Commons. What it basically stated was that this is an unviable system which will end in lost generation of children without reform. And I think the report highlights the SEND system is under severe strain, and with the urgent action, councils across the UK, that's not just Worcestershire, that's councils across the UK, will struggle to meet their obligations to the most vulnerable in our society. And that's hence the amendment. I mean, we've seen a 58% increase in high needs funding over the past decade over the UK, and demand for educational health and care plans has rocketed by 140%. And the financial burden on all local authorities is equally alarming. The cumulative deficit for high needs funding is projected to reach 4.6 billion by March 26, putting nearly half of all English councils at risk of effective bankruptcy. The statutory override, which has so far kept these financial pressures off local authority balance sheets, will soon expire, and yet the government has provided no clear plan for how councils should manage these looming shortfalls. So let's be clear, without urgent reform, our councils will be forced to make impossible choices, and choices that could see crucial public services suffer, or worse, councils themselves can collapse under this increasing financial pressure. Now, we in Worcestershire
Councillor
are
Kent,
doing
I'm
our...
sorry.
We in Worcestershire are doing our very best with the resources we have, and I'm sure all members welcome the Cabinet members' push to improve local provision in mainstream. Calls, however, the government must act now to reform the system, secure the necessary funding, and ensure that no child is left behind simply because their needs do not fit neatly into a budget line.
Oh, Councillor Ken, that's very good. I was going to let you carry on a bit then, because obviously I interrupted you. Sorry about that. Councillor Bayliss, and I'm not seeing any other speakers, so please indicate. Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I start by, before the time starts, by declaring an interest that I'm a partner in a business where post-16 children with EHCPs do get trained. So I think I'm still okay to speak on this. But I mean, the point I wanted to make was really that provision, which is the key part of this motion, is just one facet here of this challenge, and I understand why politically it is advantageous to label the council as failing in relation to SEND. But the real challenge here is that local authorities across the country are the meat in the sandwich here between parents and government. Local authorities have very limited roles in education these days, and they definitely they barely get any dedicated resources to fund these activities. And yet the scale, and this is my real serious point, the scale of the challenge around SEND has doubled and looks like it's going to triple. The numbers that Councillor Jenkins gave, Worcestershire, I think we used to have about 3.5% of children with the EHCPs. Now we've got between 6.5% and 7%, and the number looks like it's going to go to 10. So that's from 1 in a class to 3 in a class of 30 in a relatively short time. That's driven by a number of things, but it is a tripling of children, an increasing elongation in terms of the age that children with young people with EHCPs can now get support till 25, and the resources necessary to support them has never been given by government to support that expansion in the role of the state in EHCPs, and local authorities across the country are left carrying the can as a result of it. It was a failing of my government when we were in power, and it's a failing of this government, who have said already, don't expect massive extra resources. Now, if we as a council want to sort this out, we've got to get serious. We've got to get government to not just tinker with us and give us tuppence halfpenny extra. They've got to give us a substantial extra amount of money, both in capital and revenue, which will make this work. And without that, nobody, whether you were in charge or we're in charge, will make this system work. And actually, without the statutory override, most councils would be bankrupt today.
Thank you, Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Alcott.
Chair, thank you. Yeah, I've visited quite a few schools in Worcester on a number of times, particularly Fort Royal, and as we know and as we've already discussed, 66 pupils have already been turned away, and this will go on and this will increase. I just think moving on, well, in addition to Fort Royal and the Governor recommendations, I would just like to publicly highlight my support for them. I strongly believe we do need to increase local specialist SEND capacity, and we do need to build a new or resite existing special schools to address these significant shortfall in specialist placements for children with complex needs, which can often not be met in mainstream, particularly primary education. I do believe we should prioritise these areas with greatest demand, such as the Fort Royal School catchment area, which covers 40% of the county. We should also adopt a proactive investor-save strategy and develop more local specialist school places to reduce reliance on expensive independent SEND schools, which cost significantly more per pupil. And we should use savings from this reduction to fund the necessary capital investment for local provision, as demonstrated in successful models from other councils, for example, Gloucestershire. We also need to reevaluate the current singular solution of mainstream SEND bases. We need to recognise that proposed SEND bases in mainstream schools are unlikely to meet the capacity or the needs of many of the most complex cases, which require dedicated special school environments and highly skilled and experienced staff. We also need to ensure that any mainstream SEND bases are complemented by adequate special school support. I'd also just like to touch on we need to address the overcapacity in existing special schools, reduce pupil numbers in special schools which are currently overcapacity to improve learning outcomes and meet government guidelines for space and pupil needs, and ensure that any reductions in numbers are offset by increased capacity elsewhere in the county. We should incorporate data-driven planning and use the findings from the Department for Education's net capacity assessment of special schools to inform future provision planning. We need to factor in the increasing number of children with complex SEND needs, especially younger children, entering the system and project these trends accurately to avoid further capacity crises. To focus on early intervention and primary education and invest in provision with young children with complex needs, particularly in early years and key stage 1 where the demand is most acute. And I have seen that myself. I've been to Fort Wyler and there is a significant difference between the children in years 5 to 6 compared to those just entering. It really is quite noticeable. We also need to ensure these children are supported early to prevent future failures in mainstream education and excessive lifelong dependence on the local authority. We need to enhance long-term financial sustainability, reduce the growing cost of tribunals, part-time placements and off-rolling by ensuring appropriate placements are available. Transition children currently in independent schools, send schools back to local provision to create long-term savings for the council. A couple more points. Collaborate and engage. Work closely with schools, multi-academy trusts and local communities to develop a cohesive and inclusive plan for addressing SEND needs. Consult parents and educators to ensure that proposed solutions align with the needs of children and families. And also to commit to moral responsibility, acknowledge the Council's past delays in addressing SEND issues and take decisive action to prevent further harm to vulnerable children. Ensure future planning priorities the needs of the most complex and vulnerable pupils. And if I just have time, just a couple more words. Thank you. Very good. Yeah, so as I say, I think the governors at Fort Wyler have covered a lot of key issues which are very relevant to Worcestershire. But the key message is that there just are not sufficient appropriate places for the many children with very complex needs who need specialists. And this will lead to a continuation of the poor outcomes listed in the Ofsted Area Review and will continue to bankrupt the county by increased reliance on excessive use of independent provision and transport cost, which is already considerably above the England average. Investment now will save considerable cost in the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allwright. Allcott. Councillor Boatwright Green, and it's your fault I'm blaming you, because I was looking for you, which is why I interrupted Councillor Kent, so thank you.
Blame accepted. This is a really tough one because obviously we all know the setting that we're kind of looking at. And I'm a typical teacher, I can't help myself. My immediate reaction is start looking at the whole system. And I'm finding that I'm no longer in education because of the pressures that the education system is under. Like many teachers, I made the decision that my time was up and it was time for those fresher face to make a decision about kind of how this should change. But SEND provision, I can hear that by the way, SEND provision was one of the biggest problems we faced because looking at what we had in our mainstream settings and looking at the pressures we were facing and watching what was happening and the pressures then being applied to young people was just not working. And so looking at it from a systems approach, I genuinely believe that we need to make sure we have more specialist provision. I think that's something we really need to make sure is there because some young people really need to be in that setting. I also think that young people in general do need their settings to be appropriate across the spectrum. And at the moment, I'm just not convinced that our education system is working the way it should. I worry that somebody who went through a mainstream setting now, I'm not entirely sure I would survive it. And I'm saying that as someone who was a teacher. And I worry that actually the settings that we have as schools today, I just don't think I would have made it. I think I actually would have been one of those who got expelled. I look at what happens with young people and I think there is something we need to factor in there. And so I just wonder whether there is a greater consideration we need to start thinking about here about how our education works. Bearing in mind we are an education, education is part of what we do. It's something that we should be considering in a wider field.
Thank you, Councillor Boatwright. Councillor Oodle.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this motion and I think I welcome the amendment as well. I think we're pushing at an open door with the government. The government are made themselves committed to change, and only last month they allocated £740 million cash injection to pave the way for children with special educational needs.
That's money which will adapt classrooms in the mainstream sector in order to encourage more mainstream education for people with special needs and to create new special schools. But we still need to make tangible change to the SEN system. It is not working, and it certainly is broken. The good news, though, Chair, is the government is listening and will be acting, and allocations will be made in the spring. I can assure you, change is coming.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other speakers. Councillor Cross, you reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Chair. Really good to read the room and see a lot of assent for this, so I'll keep it really brief. Councils are obviously struggling financially. National Audit Office make this very clear in their recent report, and demand is huge. We cannot just manage expectations of demand in order to balance the budget, which was a comment from last year. And a key point would be that it's good to hear that we're not, as a council, laying blame on the current government. Obviously, this is something that spanned quite a long time, and includes the previous government as well. So really, I'm just happy to move to the debate, to the vote on this one. Just good to hear the support, and it's a topic that really needs to be raised. And thank you very much to our public speakers for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. Councillor Jenkins, did you want to sum up?
I would, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for all the comments in the debate. I think it's definitely key that we need to work with the new government, for extra funding. And I think it was important that Councillor Bayliss mentioned that yes, it has been a failing of previous governments, both under the Conservatives over the past several years. So, I mean, I think it will be difficult to get all the money that we would like from the government. I think with the financial pressures they're under, it's unlikely that we'll get all that we'd like. That's often the case. But I think it's still key that I think the message that came from the Governor from Fort Royal about that idea of invest to save, I think us putting some of our money in, whether it's government match funding, however it will work, if we put our own money in, it will actually save us money because we will be reducing that home to school transport. So in monetary terms, it'll be beneficial, but it's also the fact that it will really benefit children not having to be transported all around the country. And I think there clearly is, from all the statistics, it looks like we're going to be facing a big increase in EHCPs. There certainly is a big increase in complex needs, and no one is really fully sure why we have got this big increase in complex needs, but we have to deal with it, whatever the reasons are. That's kind of to some extent out of our control. We have to really kind of focus on that. So, and I think we can look to other councils such as Gloucestershire to see what they did and how they've managed to do it. So it is key to know that there are other councils that have done a better job than us. So, it's not just about blaming government. We have made mistakes in the past ourselves, but I'm happy for all the kind of cross-party support, and hopefully whoever is the cabinet member for education and all that next come May, whoever it may be, whatever party, who knows, hopefully they will be writing a good report that will be very useful both for the government but also for us ourselves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. Can we take a vote on the now substantive motion then? All those in favour? Thank you, it's looking good. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, that is unanimous and the substantive motion is agreed. Notice of motion 2, national insurance increase and its impact on essential services. I invite the signatories to move and second the motion formally. Councillor Mark Bayliss.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I start by formally moving notice of motion 2 that I'm one of the signatories for. There have been, we've lived through extraordinary and tough economic conditions over recent years. We did see an inflationary spike, the likes of which we hadn't seen in this country for well over 20 years. We've seen a global slow rate of growth post-pandemic, and we've seen in our own and other countries, as we were debating, just a significant growth in public sector requirements in terms of demands. But I believe that the last government had started to put in place actions that were putting our economy on the right line. Inflation had fallen from 11% to a little over 2%. We had seen growth last year in Q1 and 2, the fastest in Europe. I was going to say the fastest in the European Union. Well, unfortunately, we're not in it, but fastest amongst European countries. And we'd seen a return, a welcome return to real wage growth in our economy, where people's living standards were beginning to rise. We had the election, and we all know what happened there. And unfortunately, in economic terms, we've seen a reversal in those improving trends. Inflation is edging back up. Unemployment has risen and is continuing to do so. We've got stagnant economic growth and contractions in recent months, even though today the economy grew in the last quarter by 0.1% overall. And living standards are lower today than they were in July last year, and that has been confirmed. So people's real wages and their real incomes are falling. And this has been the result, in my view, of several poor decisions by this Labour government. They have resorted to putting up a wide range of taxes, inflation-busting pay rises we've seen across many parts of the public sector and outside. Train drivers, already a well-paid group, received an eye-watering increase in wages. Junior doctors, 22%. We've seen taxes being raised on farmers, as we debated and disagreed with last time. We've seen taxes rising and being introduced on school-age education provision. The first, I think it's the only place in Europe where education is now taxed in this way, by VAT being added on private school fees. And we've seen the impacts on pensioners that many of us have campaigned against. But the most damaging of the economic impacts has been on national insurance and the impact that that's having. This, let's be absolutely clear, and I'm going to give her full title this time. The Right Honourable Rachel Reeves, MP, Chancellor of the Exchequer, promised that before the election that Labour would, at the election, not raise taxes in national insurance, income tax or VAT. There was no shilly-shallying or differentiation. It was quite clear that national insurance wasn't going to go up. And national insurance, employer national insurance, has been raised highly across this country. And companies, particularly small companies, and our economy in Worcestershire is dominated by small companies, are facing the double whammy of an above-inflation rate increase in minimum wage, the third in 3 years, I might add, and the impact of national insurance. These increased costs are destroying businesses. These increased costs are raising inflation. These increased costs are increasing unemployment in our county, and these increased costs are killing economic growth in our country. This government needs to think again, and we need all our MPs to lobby the government, and that's what we're calling for in this motion today. Rachel Reeves, I believe, would be best suited to take a lesson from history, and one of the words of one of her predecessors as Chancellor, a certain Winston Churchill, who said, "A nation trying to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle." This policy on national insurance is wrong-headed and is counterproductive. We need to send a message via our MPs that the government needs to think again and find an alternative way to promote economic growth, which is something we all agree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bayliss. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to formally second the motion as printed. How deceitful, how hollow Labour's election pledges look now, Madam Chairman. They promised the country change and economic growth. All Starmer kept saying before the election was growth and how Labour would turn the UK into the fastest of the G7 economies. Instead, Madam Chairman, in 6 short months, the only change Labour has delivered is a stagnating economy and yet more inflation. The autumn budget, instead of turbocharging the economy and driving growth, has damaged business confidence and undermined jobs, investment and growth. Labour's budget contained one of the most damaging tax hikes to business imaginable. a rise in employers' national insurance from 13.8% to 15%, and a sharp lowering of the threshold from 9,200 to 5,000 is proving to be incredibly destructive to the private sector. This tax on jobs will add circa £650 to the cost of employing someone on circa £10,000 per year, and this is hugely damaging. By taking 25 billion from the private sector will have severe consequences, and we are already starting to see those consequences. Labour inherited the fastest growing G7 economy. Okay, it wasn't great, but it was predicted to be circa 1.5%. The economy fell from 1.1% growth in the first half of last year to 0.1% in the last 3 months of last year. The Bank of England expects growth to be around 0.5% this year, most of that coming at the end of this year. It feels like a recession created by number 11. The economy is flatlining. Redundancies are increasing and job vacancies are disappearing as businesses tighten their belt, and higher prices are hitting shops, with inflation up at over 2.5%. And the cost of a 10-year borrowing for the UK government is up at 4.9%, more than double what Germany pays to borrow money. And it's the highest level since 2008 for 10-year borrowing. We're on the brink of a period of stagflation. The UK economic picture is absolutely dismal, and confidence is ebbing fast, all down to Rachel Reeves's tax and spend policies. But what do people really expect from a cabinet that has zero experience in business? Nobody on the Labour front bench has ever run a business or worked in industry. They simply do not understand how their tax on jobs will affect business. And there will be severe implications for local businesses in Worcestershire and the surrounding economy. I've spoken to many local businesses over the last few months of all sizes, covering many different sectors, and they're all downbeat and extremely concerned. The cost of the NI increases to local business here in Worcestershire that I've spoken to range from £20,000 to over £700,000, depending on the size of their workforce. But they all say the same. This cost will hit a number of different ways, from reduced profits to reduced pay awards for staff, increased costs to the consumer, and a reduction on employment and future investment. Either way, this is painful. This is before you factor in the additional cost to business for the rise in the minimum wage and the new employment regulations that are coming on board as well. The future for local business is extremely bleak and painful. There will be little investment and job creation, and unfortunately the average worker will be affected, even if Labour naively argue that they haven't increased taxes on the working people. And finally, be under no illusion that this unfair tax hike will only affect the private sector, those with the so-called broadest shoulders. No, Madam Chairman, all top-tier local authorities like this council will be massively affected as a national insurance increase for outsourcing labour. Intensive sectors such as adult social care, children's will simply be passed on to local authorities and will run into millions and millions of pounds. I urge all members to support the motion and send a strong message to Labour government that this 25 billion national insurance will jeopardise the fragile growth in the economy and here in Worcestershire. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Desmond. Is it the wish of Council that we deal with this today? Yeah. Thank you. I've got a number of speakers when the debate opens up, starting with Councillor Mackay, but I'm going to go to Councillor Kent first and any of the speakers on behalf of the group. So, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. Today I respond on behalf of the Conservative group to voice our deepest concerns about what I regard as one of the worst Labour policies, amongst many dreadful ones, introduced since the general election, predominantly as it affects everyone. The rise in national insurance contributions, coupled with the increased minimum wage, are ill thought out measures that are not just an attack on businesses, they're a direct threat to the services and stability of our council and the livelihood of our residents. Let's examine the facts. This reckless increase in national insurance will push operating costs for local employers through the roof. I've spoken to 2 businesses in just the last few days, and the numbers are staggering. One local company estimates their costs will rise by 2.7 million this year. This is going to devastate their investment plans and stop growth. And the chief executive said, "I feel so sorry for the thousands of small businesses across the county and across the UK. At some point, someone will realise that they are the lifeblood of the economy. 90% of trade is with businesses of under 10 people." Another local business as I visited faces a 600,000 annual increase, and their plans for this year are now in tatters. These are not just minor adjustments, they're devastating financial blows that force businesses to halt investment, lay off staff, and in some cases, questions their very survival. Within Worcestershire, we've worked extremely hard to grow the visitor economy. But these tax rises, alongside the minimum wage increase and the removal of the business rate support from the hospitality sector, will likely decimate the financial viability of our pubs and restaurants and visitor attractions across the county. Then what about ourselves, the County Council and the associated care sector? Providers of adult and children's care already working on thin margins are going to be left with impossible choices. Do they absorb these massive cost increases and jeopardise their operations, or do they pass them on to councils like ours, who are already battling with unaffordable budgets? Either way, it's the Worcestershire residents who will end up paying the price through higher costs, reduced care quality, or diminished service availability. Similarly, for home-to-school transport providers, these additional costs will clearly translate into higher contract rates for the council, threatening the affordability and reliability of a service that many families depend on. The Labour government's experience and incompetence is glaring. Their front bench is filled with career politicians who have never run a business or even held a job in the private sector. How can they claim to understand the real-world consequences of their policies when they've not lived the experience of running a business or balancing payroll? Especially waking up at 4 a.m. every night, anxious and bathed in sweat and worry, as I can attest to myself and many small business owners do. Always the owners, the last to be paid and the first to be taxed. Let's not pretend these costs exist in isolation. The spiralling increases in national insurance are compounded by the broader economic climate Labour has created. Their irresponsible public sector spending and rewards to their union paymasters have driven up interest and bond rates, decimating the public purse and piling more financial strain onto businesses, farmers, pensioners and families alike. Labour claims to be a party for the workers, but their policies are driving businesses to cut jobs, investment and growth, putting us on a fast track to recession. The Federation of Small Business has warned that these measures will act as a jobs tax, discouraging recruitment and investment at the very moment we need to boost our economy. Make UK, the manufacturers' organisation, has called it a blow to hard-working firms, warning that it risks stalling economic recovery. These are not alarmist soundbites, they're the reality of Labour policies hitting the ground. This council cannot sit idly by while Labour's mismanagement wreaks havoc on our local economy and vital services. We must demand action. That's why on the group wholeheartedly support this motion, calling on the Chief Executive to write to our Worcestershire MPs and urge them to lobby the government to reverse this ill-conceived policy. Chair, the Worcestershire County Council already faces, as we've heard, immense financial pressure. These added costs threaten to undermine our ability to deliver the essential services our residents rely on. Whether it's adult and children's care, transport or economic stability, this council is unfortunately on the front line of Labour's economic incompetence. In closing, these policies are not just bad for business. They're a recipe for recession, higher unemployment and greater inequality. You don't grow an economy by destroying the very businesses that support it. I stand with the group, the residents and our businesses, and we're committed to doing everything we can to protect Worcestershire's residents, farmers, businesses and essential services from this, which is Labour's economic vandalism. I strongly support this motion and I hope we all do.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. You'll be pleased to know that I will be supporting this motion, as I do share the concerns about the increase in national insurance contributions on business and the damage that would definitely do to businesses, especially smaller businesses. However, it's also important to understand the context of this tax increase. I think Councillor Bayliss painted a rather rosy picture of the state of the economy when the Conservatives were kicked out last year. The Conservative government left the country's finances in a terrible state. A certain Liz Truss's budget cost the country £30 billion. Then nearly £10 billion was wasted on defective or unusable personal protective equipment during the COVID crisis, many of those contracts going to friends of certain Tory politicians. Living standards in the last Parliament actually fell for the first time since the 1950s. And as the Institute for Government said, over the last 14 years, Conservative-led governments oversaw the hollowing out of public services. So with a struggling NHS, unsustainable local government finances, as we've discussed, school underfunding and a creaking criminal justice system, the new Labour government were inheriting a poisoned chalice. Again, a direct quote from the Institute for Government. So the new Labour government had the task of trying to fix all of these problems, and clearly raising extra revenue through taxation was always going to be a part of this. However, where I do agree with this motion, increasing the national insurance contributions for businesses was an error. Other choices were available. One option would be to introduce a wealth tax, as some other countries in Europe already have. The gap between the UK's wealthiest citizens and the rest of the country has been increasing. The wealthiest in society often pay proportionally less tax than most of the public. A wealth tax would have gone some way to tackle this growing inequality. Another option was to reform capital gains tax to align the rates paid by taxpayers on income and taxable gains. This could generate about £8 billion of additional revenue. So one must ask why the Labour Party was so scared to tax those with the broadest shoulders. I certainly understand why the Conservative government would be against this. Certainly Rishi Sunak only paid around 20% tax on his 4.7 million. So raising national insurance for business will have a direct impact on our own council finances, as many of those businesses that are most affected are in the care sector and are used by us to support those that we care for. So rather than supporting local councils that have been underfunded by successive Conservative governments for over a decade, the Labour government have compounded the problem. Out of the frying pan into the fire came to mind. So I'm sure we can all agree in my last point that clearly what we really need is more Greens in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. I haven't got any other group speakers down, unless you're... No? So we'll go to open the debate, and we'll have Councillor Mackay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. The government's decision to raise national insurance contribution for employers is not just a financial misstep. Councillor Jenkins mentioned it as an error. Well, I think it's a reckless policy that will have dire consequences for local councils and the vulnerable people we serve. This increase piles additional costs onto already stretched budgets and leaves local authorities with fewer resources to meet growing demand for essential services. Let's be clear about the numbers. Worcestershire County Council is already facing a projected £10 million overspend in children's services for 24-25. This is driven by rising costs in areas we've discussed already: home to school transport, SEND support, where expenses have skyrocketed due to a 140% increase in education, health and care plans over the past decade. Add the national insurance hike to this equation and we're looking at an even bigger financial black hole. For home to school transport alone, costs have surged in line with the increase in special school placements across the county. The average cost to transport a single child with complex needs can exceed £15,000 annually. With transport providers now facing higher payroll costs due to this national insurance increase, contract prices will inevitably rise, further draining the council's resources. In adult care, where 70% of service contracts are outsourced, providers will have no choice but to pass the additional costs on to the council. This means either paying inflated fees or seeing a decline in service quality. A no-win situation that puts both the council and the vulnerable residents at risk. The £87 million deficit in the high needs block of the dedicated school grant should be a wake-up call that councils already at breaking point. Instead, this policy pours fuel on the fire, threatening to turn a crisis into a catastrophe. I think the bottom line is that we demand smarter and we demand better, fairer policies before it's too late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The sector I would like to highlight, of course, is the lowering of the threshold. The lowering of the threshold down to £5,000 is going to have a really tremendous effect on one of our great industries in this county, which of course is the horticultural industry. One of my local growers is Red Star Growers, and they have used their imagination to move into the tender stem broccoli field, which is in effect actually a Korean vegetable. But you need to go through the crop some 10 to 12 times virtually every week during winter. Now, they have in the past been using casual labour who were exempt for national insurance purposes because they could employ them basically for a day when it is. Now, the result of this is that their costs are going to go up considerably because their casual labour will now be subject to national insurance, and the result of this will be that they will have to try and charge the supermarkets who they're growing this vegetable for either higher prices, but because of their contractual arrangement with some of these supermarkets, they're caught in a cleft stick, where frankly it is probably more lucrative to get the plough out and to plough it back into the ground rather than to harvest it. So this will either lead to more inflation, higher prices, and I'd remind you that because of the imagination of the horticultural sector, some 15 to 20% of tender stem broccoli is now grown in the county. So what this is doing is it's just continuing the attack that many rural people feel they're under from the government. It's not only family inheritance farm taxation, but it's now also attacking the way that they will produce and pay for that inheritance tax in the future. I urge the government to reconsider the lowering of the threshold.
Thank you, Councillor Hardman. Councillor Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the Labour Party were campaigning during the general election last year, the Labour candidate in Redditch, Chris Brewer, put out a leaflet. This is a particular leaflet in the constituency saying Keir Starmer has changed the Labour Party. It's already been mentioned this morning. And he has a fully funded plan to change Britain. Well, Sir Keir Starmer is certainly going to change Britain with a 40 billion tax increase in Labour's first budget, with 25 billion of this tax increasing the national insurance. This will impact not only many large businesses, but many small ones employing 30 people or less here in Worcestershire, but also our residents who they employ, and a number of companies are already talking about reducing the staff that work for them. This will not only affect private companies, but also various parts of the health service, such as staff at pharmacies, dental practices, doctors' surgeries and care home staff, but not the NHS Trust, which are public bodies, which could place an even more pressures as our residents will be going to existing A&E departments at our local hospital here in Worcestershire, but also countrywide. Also in its budget, it says about the Labour Party are going to reduce the business rates, which currently stand at 70% to 40%, which could mean some business rates will more than double in April. The Office of Budget Responsibility, and I quote, said it assumed most of the national insurance costs were passed on to workers and consumers from employees through low wages and higher prices. Many organisations have voiced their concerns about the national insurance increases, such as the CBI, UK Hospitality, and the Institute of Directors, and many more saying similar things, such as there is little but short-term pain, and this would put a brake on the growth of the UK.
Thank you, Councillor Clayton. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk, please, about the charitable and community sector, who's also going to be hit by this increase in national insurance contributions from the employer. Now, often it's the VCS groups who support the council in delivering much-needed services, often, and importantly, in the preventative agenda, such as with debt, mental health, disability and health inequalities. For VCS groups, it is particularly challenging to get funding to cover wages, which is leaving them in precarious position for the next year. And in addition, the VCS sector will undoubtedly see an increase in demand as more people face the increase in the costs of goods and services, unemployment, debt, and then, following on from that, mental health, which will come as a consequence to this. This is a poorly thought out policy, to put it politely. And this policy will, in actuality, be devastating for our residents. And for us as a council, let's just remember, more unemployment means less council tax. Less businesses equal less business rates. This is going to devastate every single area of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to give a practical example. I happen to be Vice Chairman of the Henry Coventry Almshouses charity in Droitwich. They were set up by Henry Coventry in 1688 and provide accommodation for some 50 elderly and vulnerable people. Of course, the increase in national insurance has directly affected the costs for our subcontractors and so on who maintain buildings and deal with other services. So that's one increase. And in a sort of double whammy, we were heating the buildings actually using the residents' winter fuel allowances, which of course have gone. But we're not endowed. We only raise our funds to pay all these costs from the residents themselves, who pay us a moderate amount. But of course, we have no choice now but to pass all of that on straight to these elderly and vulnerable residents. I guess by definition they're not working people, so the government obviously feels they're fair game. So I shall certainly be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, Council. I would be failing the residents of my division if I didn't speak in favour of this motion. Having a high street in the middle of my division, something I hear about a lot is empty shops. Most of the shops that are there are small businesses. This horrible national insurance increase is going to affect them all. I'm afraid we're going to look forward to more empty shops. Small businesses of all sorts will suffer. The other thing the residents tell me about is the cost of living. Well, I'm sorry, folks. This is coming your way. This is going to drive up the cost of living for everybody. The lowest paid amongst us are the ones that are going to suffer most. Not only will this happen, we will see an increase in the use of food banks, something we all try to avoid.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Councillor Stokes.
Thank you. I would just like to point out there are several things regarding this increase in the national insurance, and it is the double whammy of raising the national insurance contributions and also the lowering of the threshold. The threshold was the saving grace of many a small ma and pa company. That was the area where we are in Worcestershire. 90% of our businesses employ 10 or more. The business I particularly represent or speak about actually have 7. And no, the bosses are on less money than the staff. And that is a common occurrence. Councillor Kent advised that, yes, some of them actually do go without to be able to pay their wages. Yes, they do at the company level of about 7 or 8 employees. So I find this a particularly cruel and a punitive taxation where there's no physical benefit returning to the local community. In fact, it's a detrimental effect. And I believe that taxation should be open and above board and not hidden. Thank you. I did want to point out that it was a Conservative government that brought in the threshold, and having had to explain that to several clients and how grateful they were to have it removed now is very easy pickings for me to blame Labour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stokes. Councillor Boatwright Green.
So a very peculiar unintended consequence of the changes, and I'm just double checking to make sure I was right and that my accountant hadn't lied to me, is the maximum employment allowance is going up from £5,000 to £10,500, which means that you effectively can employ up to 4 staff on the living wage before you reach the line, which is not very many. But it also meant that literally becomes the cap, because as a result, that's where you can keep under, that's where you can save some money. I know a lot of people working in retail and hospitality where actually this means that growth is no longer happening. Basically, as a result of this decision, we've made the conscious decision that there's free labour in me on a Thursday and Friday night, and therefore that means that we can actually keep ourselves underneath that threshold. And we've had to, we've got no choice in the matter. And that's happening all the way down the high street. I'm seeing everyone I'm talking to, they're all saying the same thing. It obviously spreads like wildfire. We all did that. We all very quickly passed that information on. For the love of God, keep yourself at this level, because that way we can at least save some money. And our high streets are under huge amounts of pressure, and our hospitality industries are under huge amounts of strain. And I've already got friends who are cutting back hours, who are shutting down businesses, and they never took salaries, really. I would never turn around and suggest they were on minimum wage. They really weren't. And I'm glad that some people got to sleep at 4 a.m. And managed to get woken up, because I know a lot of them who never really got a good night's sleep or a couple of hours sleep. And that's because we've never really taken this seriously as a country. The fact that actually we are a nation of people who want to be entrepreneurial and we want to give this a go. I don't expect to take a salary from my business for at least another 5 years, if not longer. And that's fine, because it's a passion of love. It's what we want to do, and it's something we want for the future. But all of this is just the icing on the cake of what has been an incredibly difficult experience. And I'm sorry, but neither party who's been in power over the last decade has got this one right. And again, it'd be quite nice maybe to sit down with the people who are making decisions and actually point out how we can make hospitality a far stronger and more robust industry. But alas, I've got a sneaking suspicion that might be some time before that happens.
Thank you, Councillor Boatwright Green. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oops. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, of course, this increase in national insurance contributions affects everybody, not just small businesses, but the consumers and suppliers, etc. But also, it affects in a different way. In another place, in Worcestershire District Council, I hold the Cabinet portfolio for finance. And the national insurance costs will put a bill of £300,000 for the next fiscal year on our budget. Now, of course, you say, well, of course, you're going to be compensated. And yes, we have been compensated to the tune of £92,000, leaving a deficit of £208,000 in the next financial year, which is going to be borne by the council taxpayers of Wyre Forest. And looking over the next 3 years of our financial strategy, a total bill that the Wyre Forest council taxpayers will face is £649,000. And that's a problem that many, many councils will be facing across this nation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ross. I've got Councillor Allen, and then I've got no further speakers. Is there anybody else? No, not seeing it. Councillor Allen, then.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief. I'm going to support this motion. As a retired businessman, I can see the damage it's going to do. The increase to NI is going to damage business. It's going to damage employees. There's going to be, I think, far too many redundancies because of this. And of course, it's another nail in the farmer's coffin. Unfortunately, it seems that Labour are playing with thresholds, and I'm not sure they really understand what they're doing. It really is worrying. It's going to make 2008, I think, look like a holiday show, the way we're going. And I'm really disappointed in Labour, because I thought after the Liz Truss debacle, when Labour came in, I thought this is a chance. Draw a line in the sand, the country can move forward. And I've been horrified with some of the things that they've done. They don't seem to have a grasp of business or how business works at all. And as politicians, the one thing I've learned is that if you give a promise, you keep that promise. And they said they weren't going to increase taxes. And they found a way to slip around it and pretend that, in fact, they didn't mean that at all. The public aren't stupid. We're not stupid. We know what they've done. And I think it's an absolute disgrace. So I will be happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bayliss, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we've had a really interesting debate. I thank members for their comments and for pledging support in the main. Councillor Jenkins and I, we could trade statistics all day long, I'm sure, in terms of that. We all know lies, damn lies and statistics. Unemployment in the UK fell from 8% to 4% in the Conservative era. Employment rate, and most important in my mind, is people in employment rose from 70% to 75%. Made a huge difference. But I could go on and you could go on, I'm sure, so we won't play that game. I thank members for also bringing out how the practical implications of this policy on businesses, on residents, and on our county's services, and how important that is. And I'm really pleased that we've had that sort of debate. I'm disappointed. There is a Labour group, a small Labour group here. Not a single, well, 4 of them are missing. 2 of them disappeared before the debate, interestingly, and the final one has taken a vow of silence to not defend his own government, which is his choice and his prerogative, and I respect that. But when you can't defend something, I suppose saying nothing is best. But this is the county and our residents are watching this debate, and they will see that there is no defence, not even from Labour members, of this policy. And I hope that when we do send this letter to our MPs, that all 6 of them will rally against this policy. So I hope that will be something we can do. And to show the level of support to it, could I ask for a named vote on this matter? And I'll rise, and I'm sure 5 of us will do so.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got 5, so therefore we will go to a named vote, and I will ask Hazel Best, thank you, to call each member individually.
Thank you. The Chair will not be voting. Councillor Adams. For. Councillor Akbar's not present. Councillor Alcott.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Allen. For. Councillor Amos. For. Councillor Bayliss. For. Councillor Boatwright Green. For. Councillor Brooks. For. Councillor Chambers. For. Councillor Clayton. For. Councillor Cross. For. Councillor Daisley. For. Councillor Denham's not present. Councillor Desmond. For. Councillor Ditter's not present. Councillor Dormer. For. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Fry not present. Councillor Geraghty. For. Councillor Googe not present. Councillor Gretton not present. Councillor Hanks. For. Councillor Hardyman. For. Councillor Hardman. For. Councillor Harrison. For. Councillor Hart. For. Councillor Hopkins not present. Councillor Jenkins. For. Councillor Kent. For. Councillor Chris. Councillor Luckman not present. Councillor McKay. For. Councillor Mallet has left. Councillor Marshall. For. Councillor May. For. Councillor McVeigh. For. Councillor Miller. For. Councillor Monk. For. Councillors Moorhead and Morris and Muir not present. I think Councillor Nielsen has left. Councillor Richardson Brown not present. Councillor Josh Robinson. For. Councillor Linda Robinson. For. Councillor Rogers. For. Councillor Ross. For. Councillor Rouse not present. Councillor Stanley. For. Councillor Stokes. For. Councillor Taylor. Gone. Councillor Udall. Against. Councillor Victory. For. Councillor Warhurst not present. Councillor Webb. For. And Councillor Wells. For.
Thank you. That is a clear majority, and the motion has therefore been agreed. Each councillor voted will be recorded. How each councillor voted will be recorded in the minutes. Now, because I know what you lot are like at lunchtimes, we've got about 20 minutes, so we're going to do the next motion, and we're hardly awash with councillors as it is, so I daren't let you go out the chamber. This motion is notice of motion number 3, and it's home to school transport. I would invite the signatories to move and second the motion formally, and I believe it's Councillor Emma Marshall to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I think all of us sat here today recognise that one of the biggest financial pressures facing this council is the home to school transport. And this isn't an issue unique to Worcestershire, as we have heard earlier. Other counties are grappling with the same problem. In fact, Hampshire is considering reducing its services to the statutory minimum to save money, and it even recently requested a 15% increase in council tax to plug the gap in their budget, which incidentally was refused. So the challenges they face mirror those that we are dealing with here. So let's look at the numbers. Our home to school transport budget has surged from just over 18 million in 2020-21 to nearly 44 million in the upcoming year. That's an eye-watering increase of 25.5 million, or 140% over just 5 years, averaging at 28% per year. Nationally, the cost of home-to-school transport in the UK stands at 2.3 billion, and without any legislative changes, that's expected to rise to 3.6 billion by 2030. The County Council Network published a report in November highlighting the need for a systemic, coordinated approach to addressing these soaring costs. Here in Worcestershire, we're already taking steps to tackle this issue. So, for example, at our recent Children and Families panel, we learned about the positive results of using route optimisation techniques to reduce costs. But let's be clear, this alone is not enough. And that's why I am pleased that the panel endorsed a shift in direction, focusing on investing to save by creating more SEND provision close to where children live. Sending children across the county for education simply isn't sustainable or beneficial. And it's crucial for the child's well-being and their education that they can attend a school within their community, where they can form friendships, participate in local activities, and avoid the stress of long commutes. And I'm excited to hear that additional SEND provision will be rolled out as early as September. And I hope that the Department for Education will help fund the majority of these costs. But I am also grateful that within the budget we had today, we are committed to investing beyond what the government allocates. The need is indeed urgent, and this investment will be crucial for meeting the growing demand. However, even with these efforts, we must be aware that this alone won't bring home-to-school transport costs under control. To truly tackle the issue, we need the support of Parliament through legislative reform, better funding, and a system-wide approach to education. Without those, we're unlikely to make any meaningful progress. Now, I've had the privilege of speaking with several head teachers over the last year, and many of them share concerns about the impact of long transport times on students. Children arriving at school in taxis are often delayed in entering the classroom, and that creates a ripple effect throughout the school day. The long commutes often leave children exhausted and irritable, which impacts their ability to engage and learn once they finally arrive in class. I also learned that at the end of the school day, some students are forced to wait for up to 40 minutes before they can be safely placed in their taxi home. This can be especially challenging for children who struggle to regulate themselves. Long commutes also affect school attendance, as the stress of these journeys makes it more difficult for children to attend regularly. And as a parent, I understand this challenge firsthand. I want my child to go to a school close to home, but I also want that school to meet his specific education needs. And I've experienced the frustration of having to send my son out of county for a placement after his school placement broke down. I even had to homeschool him for a year until an appropriate placement became available. So this experience has reinforced my belief that we must do more to ensure that schools are equipped to meet the needs of all children, and particularly those with SEND. We need to regain the trust of parents too, so that they feel confident in sending their children to a local school that can cater to their child's needs. Building more SEND provision within mainstream schools is a step in the right direction. But we also do need to create more specialised, complex SEND provision across Worcestershire to meet the current and future demand. This won't be possible without a government who is willing to invest in new school sites and the infrastructure to support them. Finally, I want to emphasise that the issue of home-to-school transport cannot be considered in isolation. It's intricately linked to the wider legislative framework around SEND and the resources needed to meet the diverse needs of our children. To truly address these challenges, we need systemic change and a collaborative approach from government. Therefore, I would like to ask all councillors to support this motion to request help from our Worcestershire MPs and from government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clayton, are you seconding?
I certainly am, Madam Chair, and I'd like to speak now. When I became a member of the Children's Scrutiny Panel, I did not realise the extent of the issues of home-to-school transport had become. And this problem has not just come about because it's been creeping up on all of us for over a number of years, and it cannot carry on the course that it's going for much longer. We are along with many other councils, whatever their political persuasion around the country, are in the same position. Worcester County Council needs to have a conversation with other councils around the country to discuss with the governments on how the best way to go forward regarding home to school transport. Because SEND provision is a very complicated subject which needs an in-depth discussion with all types of different peoples who have various interests, which should be taken into account, because each and every child will have different needs, and one size does not fit everyone going forward throughout their education years. The Labour government needs to understand councils cannot carry on the way it has been regarding home to school transport. And without the extra funding, it will create problems, especially in rural areas such as we have here in Worcestershire, which has quite different issues from the big cities such as Birmingham or Manchester, because of the distances between each town and village. One of the other issues that councils throughout the country are facing is some of the main schools, the teachers do not have the right type of training to deal with children with EHCP, who sometimes have very complicated issues and the different situations that they may come across and to deal with correctly, which will only come about with extra financial pressures being put on all councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it the wish that Council deal with this today? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Chambers, I believe you're speaking on behalf of the Conservative group.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. We know that the three key budgetary overspend areas of this council are adult social care, children's services and home to school transport. And this has been the case now for a number of years, and pressures continue due to the lack of funding and support from government. There are pressures in terms of mainstream home to school transport, but it is in the provision of home to school transport for those children and young people with additional needs where costs continue to rise to extraordinary levels. This is not unique to Worcestershire, as costs have continued to rise, driven mainly by the increasing number of children with special educational needs which require transport, but also due to challenges in the market. A report was published in November last year by Empower and the County Council's network, which spotlights the financial pressures within home to school transport in county council areas. The Travel to School Challenge report underlines the critical need for an holistic, system-wide approach to address escalating home to school transport costs. The growth in educational health and care plans, coupled with an increase in more costly travel, such as individual taxis and passenger assistance, has intensified the challenge. While this notice of motion urges the government to support reforms to home to school transport, including legislative changes, reforms to tribunals and increased funding, we continue to make savings within our cost regarding home to school transport. We have saved in excess of £1.6 million so far in this financial year by route optimisation. We're also investing to save, and I'm grateful to Council for their support today. As I mentioned in my comments in Notice of Motion 1, we are spending now £800,000 over the next 2 years to develop additional needs provision in mainstream schools. This is a policy which I believe will not only make substantial budgetary savings, but will also be significantly beneficial to our younger children, with those with low-level additional learning needs. Rather than children travelling halfway across the county to a special school each day, we will make provision for them in their local mainstream school by means of additional funding to the schools to provide additional staffing and support and accommodation improvements where necessary. It must surely be more beneficial to a young child to spend each school day at their local school with friends who live near them and where they become an intrinsic part of their local community. I have visited a number of schools where this works perfectly, and we will explore how these schools can develop satellite arrangements with primary schools who become part of this new, exciting arrangement. This will, of course, require the support of parents and carers, and we will be working closely with them as this initiative is implemented. To make home-to-school transport viable, increased funding is absolutely essential and long overdue. Local authorities such as ours will simply to provide our statutory obligations unless government addresses this funding issue and does so quickly. As I mentioned earlier, this is not just a problem for Worcestershire, but a national problem. Now, my next point, I understand, is a sensitive area, but challenges we face as a local authority are extraordinary and have huge budgetary implications. Sometimes the arrangements we put in place for a child or young person are not to the parent or carer's liking, but we always put into place what we think is best for the child or young person. At judicial review, it is most likely that the ruling will go against the local authority and again costs are incurred and our overall budget spirals out of control yet again. It is as though the government are intent in making this whole sector as difficult as possible for local authorities. And so I fully support this notice, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Cross, I believe you're speaking on behalf of the group.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. If the one paragraph that causes us all trouble is paragraph F, that councils must be given more control over the decision as to which school a child will attend. As we understand this, the EHCP sets out the appropriate school, and our duty, or primary duty, is the child's need, and this is outlined in the EHCP, and I'm very wary of any attempt to override the provision within the EHCP. So if members are willing to drop or remove paragraph F, then Gaia Group will be happy to vote for.
Thank you, Councillor Cross.
Yeah, just clarifying, so you are seeking an amendment?
Yeah, happy to second. Yeah, I'm happy to second.
Are the mover and the seconder of the original motion happy to accept the amendment?
No, this is quite an important part so that we can actually work with parents to ensure where the school placement they go to. It's not about the EHCP, it's about conversations with parents, not about the EHCP. So that's got to be clear, is that sometimes the EHCP can say a specific school, but the parents can go, no, I want that school. So it's about that conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Cross, just to say, obviously the amendment hasn't been accepted. We are going to run out of time for you to debate that. Yeah. So did you want to put your amendment to the vote straight away? I know you haven't had a chance to speak. Your seconder hasn't had a chance to speak, but...
Yeah, happy to save time. Yep.
Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment to the motion? Are we adding up? Thank God. All those against? Clear majority against. Yeah. Thank you. There's a clear majority. It's getting closer. There's a clear majority against there. So we will continue to debate the original motion, which is Councillor Kent.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I just wanted it. We've heard many times today about the crisis that we've got in home to school transport, send children's and adult services, and we just need urgent reform in both funding and system efficiency, not just for ourselves but for all councils across the UK. I just wanted to bring some of the figures to light. In 2018-19, Worcestershire County Council, 2018-19, that was just after I was first elected, 1,629 send pupils. Today that number's surged to 2,719, which is a staggering 67% increase in that period. And requests for transport have risen by 21% in just 1 year. Meanwhile, the number of education, health and care plans has grown from 3,598 to 6,087 in 5 years, a nearly 70% increase. And the financial burden is even more alarming. The average cost per SEND pupil for home-to-school transport has soared from 4,358 in 2018-19 to 9,384 in 23-24, which is an increase of 115%. Now, nationally, the average cost is actually higher at 9,750, and these are figures I gave at Cabinet. Now, to put this into perspective, Worcestershire County Council now spends £16.5 million on taxis. £16.5 million. Now, clearly, the system's stretched to its limits, and some have advocated, understandably, the potential to use volunteers. However, if taxis were replaced with volunteer drivers, we would need over 1,700 community drivers and personal assistants, which is an impossible task. This needs massive reform from the government. We need clear direction and funding in terms of what the future looks like in this area. Otherwise, ourselves and other county councils just will not be able to continue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Councillor Boatwright Green, who will be our final speaker.
Ooh, just got in there. Currently, the Education Select Committee is going through a major inquiry into this area, and a lot of kind of what's being discussed in here is part of that inquiry. So I do feel a little bit like I hope we have kind of contributed to that with written statements where it can be discussed. But I do have real concerns about F and G, in particular F. I'm not convinced that we understand what the repercussions would be there. If I'm honest, I'm not entirely sure what the repercussions would be. Also, reforms to tribunals, what are the reforms we want to see? I'm not entirely sure what we're looking for there. Is this a suggestion of removing parent challenge? I feel like there's a bit of detail here that I would want to be able to support this. I'm also a little bit concerned about voting for something that I know is unlawful in its current law and would need serious legislative changes. So I'm very uncomfortable by that F, which is why I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Boatwright Green. I'm going to move to Councillor Marshall for the summing up, and then there will be a named vote.
Thank you. I am slightly disappointed that the opposition have picked up on that point and they've taken it out of context. As I've said, this isn't about going against an EHCP. This is about a conversation with parents. When a parent will go, actually, I don't want that school which is close to home. I want to go all the way across to the other side of the county. And we have to go, okay then. So it's about how can we have those conversations and basically get to the bottom of what is going to be best for that child. So it's at the end of the day, it's always what is in the child's best interest that comes first. That has to be paramount. So I'm hoping that people will vote for this. We understand that there will be legislative changes, but that's actually what we're asking for in this. We need changes so that this can become a more sustainable service, because at the moment it is just spiralling out of control. It's the biggest monster I think we've got coming up across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. There has been a request for a named vote. Obviously, I don't know if there's enough people in the stand to do it. Oh, look at that. So there will be a named vote. Hazel.
Thank you. I'll try not to faint before lunchtime. And as I've got the power of the mic, just thank you to Simon Lewis, who's now been taking minutes for 3.5 hours with no break. Councillor Onslow, I presume, is not going to vote as the chair. So Councillor Adams. For. Councillor Akbar's not present. Councillor Alcott. Against. Councillor Allen. Not here. Councillor Amos. For. Councillor Bayliss. For. Councillor Boatwright Green. Against. Councillor Brooks. For. Councillor Chambers. For. Councillor Clayton. For. Councillor Cross.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Daisley. For. Councillor Denham not present. Councillor Desmond. For. Councillor Ditter not present. Councillor Dormer. For. Councillor Eyre. Councillor Fry not present. Councillor Geraghty. For. Councillor Googe. Councillor Greta not present. Councillor Hanks. For. Councillor Hardyman. For. Councillor Hardman. For. Councillor Harrison. Not here. Councillor Hart. 4. Councillor Hopkins, not present. Councillor Jenkins. Abstain. Councillor Kent. 4. Councillor Chris. Not present. Councillor Lookman, not present. Councillor McKay. 4. Councillor Mallet has left. Councillor Marshall. 4. Councillor May. 4. Councillor McVeigh. Abstain. Councillor Miller. 4. Councillor Monk. 4. Councillors Moorhead, Morris and Muir, not present. Councillor Nielsen has left. Councillor Scott Richards-Brown, not present. Councillor Josh Robinson. Abstain. Councillor Linda Robinson. 4. Councillor Rogers. 4. Councillor Ross. 4. Councillor Rouse, not present. Councillor Stanley. Left. Councillor Stokes. 4. Councillor Taylor, not present. Councillor Udall. Against. Councillor Victory. Abstain. Councillor Warhurst, not present. Councillor Webb. 4. And Councillor Wells. Abstain.
There is a majority and the motion is therefore agreed. And you'll be pleased to hear it's lunch. It's 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much. If we could bring the meeting to order. Thank you. And we are going to make a start with agenda item number 8, question time. Please turn to pages 11 to 14 and pages 207 to 208 in the supplementary agenda pack for question time. There are 8 questions in all. As you know, the Constitution sets aside 30 minutes for formal question time. As usual, I will take one question from each member and return for a second question. I wish to stress that a supplementary question may only be asked with the chairman's consent and if it arises directly out of the original question or the response provided. Will members please bear in mind it is the opportunity to ask a question and not to make a speech. To allow as many questions as possible within that 30 minutes, I would encourage questioners to take their questions as read rather than read out the longer ones, and verbal answers to be brief so that we may deal with as many questions as we can, especially as full written answers will be circulated to all members anyway. If the 30 minutes allotted for question time is insufficient, written answers will follow for the unasked questions. All questions are on the Council's website and written answers will be circulated to all members. Question 1. Mobile phones. Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So we're going with mobile phones, not my emergency question, obviously. So thank you very much. I'm asking a question of the Cabinet Member for Education about mobile phones in schools.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Hardman, for your question. Schools across Worcestershire, regardless of academy or maintained status, are cognizant of the presence and impact of mobile device usage and content and their students' well-being and safety. There are benefits and risks, as elected members will know. The relevance of this topic covers all aspects of school life, including behaviour and curriculum policy. The broad picture of school policy is to the use of mobile devices in Worcestershire schools are as follows. For first and primary schools, discourage mobile phones being brought into school. Permitted if in years 5 and 6, and they are children who walk independently to or from school or are transitioning between separated parents. The phones are handed in and stored for the day. Smartwatches are becoming more of an issue, so a move to discourage or ban those as well is being suggested. Some schools also discourage parents using phones on school site, and this, as you'll appreciate, has a mixed response. Middle schools. Bromsgrove Middle Schools were first to adopt a joint policy on having no mobile phones in school time. They're handed in at the start and finish of the day. Parents have accepted this. Some, but not all, other middle schools follow the same approach. Secondary and high schools. 18 of the 33 schools responded to a recent Worcestershire Association of Secondary Heads questionnaire, and all that responded do not allow mobile phones use in school time. One school allows access to phones at break times. All schools that responded are clear about how they promote the benefits of not having mobile phones in school and public and staff well-being and safety. The PSHE curriculum covers all aspects of online safety, healthy relationships, health communication, and how social media and the use of devices impacts on these important aspects of life.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Hardman, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Madam Chairman, because I'm slightly alarmed by the Cabinet Member's response to my question, because it is clear that we have a patchwork framework across the county, and I absolutely applaud Bromsgrove Middle Schools for taking such leadership. Yet again, I find, where Bromsgrove lead, the Evesham Pyramid is having to follow. But I do suggest that I think we need to possibly debate this further at another juncture, because I think we need to firm up the policy, because it does appear to be somewhat disjointed across the county. and follow the amendment that the Shadow Secretary has sent
Councillor
for
Hardman, only
Education
because I don't want to set a precedent.
Tabled.
Could
Madam
I have the
Chairman, you
question?
wonder, I'm trying to work my emergency question into this yet. Tabled to the Education Bill. But I don't think I'm going to find a way of bringing mobile phones in the
Councillor Hardman, question.
So let's have a united policy, Chairman. I look forward to him bringing that forward to the March Cabinet meeting.
Thank you. Did you want to comment, Councillor Chambers?
Just very quickly, I take your point. I've had discussions with head teachers about it when I've been going round, but Councillor Mackay has just come up with an excellent idea, and I'm going to look across to my right and suggest, Madam Chairman of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, that it perhaps goes on scrutiny, because it's an interesting point, and it's something that we could look at, I think, if you're in agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Question 2, Councillor Alcott.
Chair, thank you. How much progress has been made on devolution negotiation with Worcester City Council, Redditch Borough Council and the 4 district councils, Bromsgrove, Malvern, Wychavon and Wyre Forest?
Councillor Geraghty.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, can I thank Mal for a question, because I think this is of interest to a number of colleagues across the Chamber. Leaders of all 7 authorities across Worcestershire meet regularly at the Worcestershire Leaders Board to discuss issues of mutual interest, as you'd expect. Devolution has been a topic we've discussed on a number of meetings, with agreement before Christmas to wait until we saw the publication of the devolution white paper to enable us all to be clear about the government's criteria and the guidance as to future arrangements. In December, just prior to Christmas, as colleagues will know, the government did indeed publish its long-awaited devolution, English devolution white paper, and that set out plans to reorganise local government in all remaining 2-tier areas, which are 21 across the UK. Into unitary councils of 500,000 residents or more, alongside its aim to see strategic authorities created, serving a population of 1.5 million or more residents. The Worcestershire Leaders Board has met twice since then to consider the implications of this very wide-ranging white paper, with a primary initial focus on local government reorganisation. At our last meeting, which I chaired, we had the opportunity to discuss views and concerns with the LGA in terms of sectoral views. And also, I fully respect that district colleagues will be engaging with DCN, and likewise we're engaging with the CCN respectively. Whilst there remains differences of views about the way forward, leaders have agreed to continue to meet as we work to the milestone set out by government just post-Christmas. I know colleagues will understand that early days really in this process following the publication of the white paper under 2 months ago, but I would want to assure all members that we continue to engage proactively to achieve the best outcomes for residents of our county.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Alcott?
Yes, I do, and it very much refers to the answer I've been given and the white paper and how it talks about the importance of all councils collaborating. I would like to ask why this council has instructed PricewaterhouseCoopers to commission work on devolution, and why I understand some of the senior leaders at the city and district councils aren't able to see that work as yet.
Councillor Geraghty.
So we have indeed instructed PwC to commence work because we are going unitary, colleagues. So it's important that we develop a proper case for a unitary Worcestershire in line with the government's criteria that was set out. And we, of course, will be working with our district colleagues as we've committed to do. So a meeting is coming up. In fact, I think it's next week of Worcestershire leaders to obviously debate and discuss those. Whether we achieve agreement or not, well, we don't know at this stage. But obviously we'll be engaging with our district colleagues, as I said, throughout the process. And I would say to colleagues, just remember, the final business case now doesn't need to be into the 28th of November. So there's plenty of time for engagement into the future.
Thanks, Councillor Geraghty. Question 3, Councillor Boatwright Green.
As written, but I think I've seen a problem in asking a question before papers are published.
Thank you,
Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for the question. The broad total in expenditure in investigating County Hall, Rack and Legionella is about 390,000, and the cost associated with renting new space and moving County Hall staff is circa 160,000.
I see your point, Councillor Boatwright Green. Do you have a supplementary?
I was just going to say, obviously, we're kind of, using buildings such as Witch Havens, etc. And obviously we don't know what's going to happen next. Is this now going to be a case of having slightly more medium-term strategy of working with our partners to make sure that we are kind of semi-permanent while we make decisions in the long term?
Councillor Hart.
I think that using buildings such as we are in Pershore, and indeed we've used Wire Forest House in the north of the county quite a bit. We've been to Bromsgrove, we've been to Malvern Hills, and other buildings are available. I think it's absolutely right that we continue to use the municipal and public buildings that we have whilst the next administration consider the long-term prospects and future. And indeed, in the previous question, I asked the leader in respect of devolution. We are going unitary and moving forward, so there will be some clear decisions for the new shadow authority, indeed, when it's elected probably in 2027.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Now, due to the order in which the questions were received, question 8 is now going to be asked, and then we will come back to question 4. So, question 8 is Councillor Oodle.
Thank you, Chair. I asked the question as tabled regarding the field known as the YMCA in Worcester.
Councillor Hart.
Right, okay, right, very good. Now, forgive me, I'm slightly confused because, of course, Councillor Amos has put in what is a similar question to the leader, but I'd be delighted to answer your question, Councillor Udall. And whilst, of course, we absolutely regularly review all of our assets, I can categorically tell you there are no plans to sell these great green spaces or indeed any other public spaces. So let me quell that myth before it is misrepresented in any literature or indeed any local media newspaper. And you refer obviously to the land in St John's known as YMCA Field. I'm told it's approximately 3 acres and it's used by many, many sporting groups and organisations and is organised by the school, and there are absolutely no plans to dispose of it.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Oodle?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Worcestershire Football Association would be willing to manage this site on behalf of the County Council and work with local teams to protect its football status for the future. They would also enable the field to be used as a public open space, making it very similar to Pitmaston Park, allowing local people to use the field for recreation and leisure. There is no current lease on the field, so can the Cabinet Member confirm that the request from the Worcestershire Football Association can be usefully considered?
Councillor Hart.
I'm not advised by any officer of this council that we've had a request from Worcestershire Football Association. If indeed Worcestershire Football Association make a request in the usual and proper way through our officers, I'm sure that will be properly considered, and as opposed to clearly going through their third-party land agent, as they appear to be doing this morning.
Thank you. Question 4, Councillor Amos.
Thank you. To ask the Leader of the Council if he will confirm that neither the County Council nor the Conservative Party have any plans or intention to sell off any part of Pitmaston Park, either in the last years of the County Council or any successor body on which the Conservative Party may have a majority.
Councillor
Thank you,
Geraghty.
Chair, and thank you, Alan, for your question. I would like to assure you and the residents of the west side of the city that there are no plans to sell Pitmaston Park that I'm aware of, which I know is an important green space in the city. So I hope that provides you with a proper assurance.
Thank you. Councillor Amos, do you have a supplementary?
A brief one, yes. I thank the Leader for his answer. Obviously, selling off Pitmaston Park would be to rip out the heart of my division. So isn't it... Thank you. You're very particular on points of order. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. So isn't it the case that the very real worries my constituents do have are entirely due to the fact that the council is bankrupt, which really does seem to threaten the future of this much-loved park? And it's interesting that some people think that's amusing. It isn't amusing to the people of my division.
Can I remind everybody not to interrupt, please? Councillor Geraghty.
Yeah, I think I made it very clear earlier, but just in case anybody wasn't watching, the council can't go bankrupt. It is not bankrupt, and there are no plans to bankrupt the council. So let's get that straight. In terms of the challenges that the council faces, well, we've debated those this morning. We've agreed a budget which will address those. I think what the residents of the West Side and many other communities across Worcestershire want to know is that they've got a very good council. They're going to manage their assets and their interests, and that's what they'll get with a Conservative-led council. So I look forward to the elections and to see many colleagues re-elected to continue the good work of the council.
Thank you. Question 5, Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Please could you outline how we are going to reduce the amount of food wasted in Worcestershire?
Councillor Stokes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cross. An excellent question, and it's one that I'm always keen to answer. A waste analysis was actually carried out in Worcestershire during 2022, which identified 35% of the contents of the black residual bin was made up of food waste. That's 35%. And of that 35%, 69% was avoidable food waste. Whilst these figures don't make for good reading, they are actually in line with the national figures. Worcestershire County Council recognised this was both a waste of both valuable resources in collection and disposal, and there was the money and the opportunity to develop a food waste prevention campaign. In 2023, we launched our county-wide Food Savvy campaign. This campaign encourages residents to plan their meals, ensure they are storing food correctly, and where possible, use their leftovers, saving both time and money. The council has promoted the campaign through numerous social media posts, advertising on bin lorries and digital boards throughout the county, as well as attendance at many events. The campaign is ongoing and is due for a relaunch with the new messages later in the spring. Evidence from authorities that already provide food waste collection services indicate that once a resident starts to actually identify their home domestic food waste, they realise how much they are actually creating. And this subconsciously drives a reduction in the amount they are wasting. We believe that by continuing to work with our district partners to promote the Food Savvy campaign and supporting other food waste campaigns, we will achieve a reduction in food waste throughout the county.
Thank you, Councillor Stokes. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, I do. I must admit I'm very concerned, and have been for months, by the significant amount of high carbon and high value food that is wasted at these full county council meetings, where members are given a free lunch at average cost of over £3,350 per annum for a cash-strapped council. And I question, how can we persuade residents to improve when we aren't?
Councillor Stokes, I'm not 100% certain that was related to the question, but it's up to you whether you can answer or not.
I'd rather not. I mean, people do make a choice, and we're talking about a domestic waste collection, and that was the aim of the question you asked, is how do we reduce food waste in Worcestershire? And I've identified the mechanism of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 6, Councillor Alcott. Councillor Cross, question 7.
Thank you. My previous question related to food waste and so was not restricted to domestic. My second question is related to domestic food waste collection costs. So Worcester City Council is moving ahead with food waste collections due to the many practical challenges associated with a county-wide approach. The City Council Environment Committee heard last week that the County Council is at this time advising the City Council that food waste will need to be hauled to Gloucestershire for processing, which means that the Council is not able to consider procuring electric trucks, despite all of the Worcester City being declared an air quality management area. City officers report that the County Council cannot confirm whether the City Council will be fully reimbursed for the extra costs of the 70-minute round trip to reach the selected site by way of a long-haul payment. Will the Cabinet member with responsibility please commit to reimbursing these long-haul payment costs in full, which will amount to just short of £30,000 each year based upon the current price of fuel? Thank you.
Councillor Stokes.
Thank you. Simpler recycling stipulates that food waste should be collected weekly from commercial premises from the 31st of March 2025 and domestic premises from the 31st of March 2026. And I believe Worcestershire City Council or Worcester City Council are delaying that until September. So your domestic collection will be September 2026. These will be sent to composting or anaerobic digester. These treatments are not available within the county. Our nearest anaerobic digester facility are at Severn Trent Green Power at Stourbridge, or in your case, Dimmock, which is the closest to Worcester City. This is deemed to be the best available options. Discussions around the availability of anaerobic digestion facilities have been ongoing with the waste collection authorities for many years, and these two sites have always been presented as the only options currently available. We appreciate that asking the waste collection authorities to direct deliver the domestic food waste to an anaerobic digester facility will inevitably lead to increased costs, and we are continually discussing this with the authorities and at the Strategic Waste Management Board to try and fully understand these financial implications in time for the domestic collections in 2026. With regards to the commercial waste food collections, we would expect that Worcester City Council to pass on and recover the transport costs from their commercial customers.
Thank you, Councillor Stokes. Councillor Cross, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Specific to domestic food waste, how should the City Council achieve their declared goals? And is there any halfway house, any kind of commitment that could be made about financial support relating to the extra journey needed for the out of county anaerobic digester?
As I repeat, Councillor Cross, there has been no decisions regarding the domestic waste or domestic food waste collection service and the domestic food waste disposal service. These are still things being discussed. Could I ask that you actually deal with your portfolio holder or your cabinet member, or I believe your environment chair, to deal with this? She sits on the Strategic Waste Management Board and takes a very active role. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stokes. Agenda item number 9, reports of committees, Standards and Ethics Committee, summary of decisions taken. Please turn to pages 15 to 16 and I will invite Councillor Bob Brooks, the Chairman of the Standards and Ethics Committee, to present the report, and then I will invite the Council to note this report. Councillor Brooks will answer any questions as necessary.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm pleased to present the report as printed, and I would just reiterate what it says there and encourage all members to take their part in the consultation before the 25th of February. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Are there any questions? Are we happy to note the report? Thank you. That then ends today's meeting. Thank you all for your attendance, your good grace and humour, and for the raffle prizes. And that, as they say, is a wrap.